Hi. Hey, it's Skycatlive! How you guys doing? It's Tuesday, 12/17/2024. It's 1:35 p.m. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm very happy that I don't have to do anything today. I don't have to worry about anything today. I did everything that I was supposed to do yesterday, and I'm doing well. Hopefully we won't have too many fucking interruptions. I really don't want any interruptions today. I've been interrupted every day for a long, long time, and I really don't want to. Today I woke up to Aurora, Colorado, having a 15-person Venezuelan gang abduction, and this made a jackass out of me. And, I mean, I really didn't think this was going to happen again, but apparently Venezuelans have taken over Aurora, and I now stand corrected on that one, unfortunately. And I watched a police chief. I was like crying and stuff. I watched a police chief, address the Aurora public and the international news for a 15-person takedown over a 2-person abduction. And so I figured I would listen to this on my stream while I kind of fired up all the games and everything, got ready to play stuff and check things out. So we're gonna go do that, and fun to wake up to some international Colorado news again. I thought Colorado was only going to be in the news like 3 or 4 times this year. We're in the news about 3 or 4 times more than other states, but other than California and New York and stuff. But we're up there in the news with like Texas and Washington and Florida. And, I wod say that, and also probably New Mexico as well. And I would say that, I really don't like what's happening to Aurora, and there's not much I can fucking do about that. I really can't do anything about that. I can't change what's happening to Aurora. I can't change what's happening with Venezuelan gangs. I can't change what it's doing to the cops in the community. And I don't know what to do about that. I just know that if you guys stop stealing all the money and stuffing your fucking bank accounts, these people wouldn't be starving and they wouldn't diss their own people. One of the things that the Aurora police chief, who oddly has been a police chief in a lot of different cities, and apparently when you become police chief, you can just sort of begin rotating around cities, and that's something I didn't know about police. So, or I would have maybe considered entering the profession, I wish I could fix the police in this country. I have no idea how the fuck to do it. But anyways, we're going to go back to a history here and look at the video that I watched. And hi, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Got to get my tablet monitor running here and get it where I can see it. Okay. Yeah, good, looking good. Hey, I got 4 viewership. Not bad. Right off the bat. Pretty good. Gotta go check my YouTube, make sure that it's public. You have disappeared this Chrome. Oh, no. Here it is. Okay, so I want you to check the live stream. You are public. Very good. You get a YouTube monitor. Okay. And that'll do. And then I'll pull over here where I can see this stuff, and we will do Aurora Chief describes violent home invasion and all this. And now, why is it only in one ear? That seems weird. Is maybe my headphones?
Hey, good morning.
No, the microphone's on the left side of his face for some reason, or right side. I mean, or whatever you want to call it. Stage left.
That we have to discuss this morning, and again, we definitely need all of community involvement on this. I want to break down an event.
Why is this
last night?
It's weird because this sound is not binaural, and I can't tell if it's him or if it's the video or my headphones. I need to find out. I'm fairly sure I'm getting full binaural sound, or not binaural, but full 3D sound. What?
Today I want to talk.
Yeah, I have 3D sound. It's just the way that the press had to record him.
National attention based on the circumstances of where the event actually occurred, and based upon the incidences that have been in the city of Aurora in the past, in and around this same location. Last night, right at about 8:45 p.m. At 1258 Dallas Street, victims. It was a male and a female. They were accosted by approximately
13 to 15 people.
armed individuals.
What the
13
fuck
of
is
those
that? You
were
gang rolling
males,
2
and 3
people,
of
piece
those
of
were
shit
possibly
cocksuckers.
females.
Don't gang roll 15 people for a
They were
2-bang.
taken to
You're
an
fucking
adjoining
stupid. You
apartment
sound like a
complex
Rust
again.
clan. You sound like those pieces of shit on Rust that show up with 15 people to deal with a duo or whatever. Raid a duo or whatever. We can't stand those assholes either. Jesus Christ.
Their will at that same Dallas
Fucking
complex,
losers.
and they ended up at 1268 Dallas.
A
Again, this was the
15
same
roll a
complex,
2-bang.
same
You're
area.
fucking stupid.
The victims were held against their will. They were actually bound, both the male and the female. They were.
Hold on, I gotta get like 5 bands
They were
worth of people and go beat 2
They were
people.
terrorized.
Fucking stupid.
During this entire
A single
process,
band can
some
beat
of the
2 people. You don't
suspects
need
left
fucking 15
that
people.
apartment
You're fucking
complex
stupid.
at
A 5-piece
1268
band can beat 2
Dallas,
people just fine.
and went
You
over
absolutely do not
to
need
the
15
victim's
fucking
apartment,
people.
which
You're a
was located
tyrant.
At 1258 Dallas, and actually burglarized.
Oh,
and took
good.
over that apartment and took out about items of value that belonged to our victims. And subsequently, they came back. Right around
They came back.
1:50 in the morning, our victims, with communication and with courage, basically informed the suspects that they would not notify the police if they were released, and could they please be released.
BRB.
Our victims were subsequently released. They left at a complex right around 1:50. They went to their vehicle, and they drove to a friend's house located in another area of the city of Aurora. Once at that location, the victims notified the police right at about 02:27. Our officers immediately responded to that location. They made contact with the victims. They got initial information about what had occurred, how it occurred, when it occurred, and where it occurred. And then ultimately, simultaneously, additional officers, Aurora police officers,
Sorry, I went to get some water.
268 Dallas. They began a systematic search.
So 13th in Dallas is way up there, kind of by where my best friend lives, about fucking 10 blocks. Yeah, about 10 blocks from where one of my best friends lives. And yeah, Dallas and what'll that be? That'll be East Colfax. Yeah, Dallas and East Colfax, or well, we're looking at like Dallas and 13th. Dallas and 13th Denver map, right? Yeah, so we're gonna look at the area in question here because it kind of matters. Excuse me, kind of matters. Dallas and 13th, right? Dallas and 13th. 1360 Dallas, I guess that's fine. 1360 Dallas, right? Let's see where that is because I have a concept of it, but I want to make sure. Right? Oh, it's up there. Yeah, it's up there by Dayton. I mean, I knew it was. It's up there by Arapahoe. In Yosemite and Street and all that. So yeah, so right up there by Yosemite. Oh God, by Havana. This is a little bit further from where one of my best friends lives. He's down here west towards like Oneida, or well, Cremaria would be a good one. Yeah. Okay, so my best friend, he lives in this area, somewhere in this circle. And where this happened is, you know, about 15 blocks down, something like that. Yeah, it's about, you know, maybe 20 blocks, something like that. It's about 20 blocks. Yeah, it's like right, yeah, it's like about a mile. It's about a mile, something. About a mile down East Colfax to Havana Street to Dallas, which will be, there's Dayton, Emporia, Dallas Street. So this happened. He said 1360 Dallas Street.
Occurred, and then ultimately, simultaneously, additional officers, Aurora police officers, responded to the actual crime scene. They locked down the apartment complex located at 1268 Dallas.
1268 Dallas. Okay, 1268 Dallas. That's even closer. 1268 Dallas. Like this is happening within 10 blocks of where 2 of my best friends live. 1268 Dallas Street. Yeah, so that's here. Right between Dayton and Dallas. Yep. One of the beautiful things about Denver is the streets are alphabetized. I mean, usually they are, but yeah, the streets are alphabetized, and so my friend lives near Cremaria. And I don't want to dox him, but he lives near Cremaria, and So, and I hate, this is Aurora. Aurora starts at about Monaco. Yeah, I'd say it's about Monaco. Monaco to, all the way the fuck out to probably, Wheat Ridge starts at Wadsworth, which is, there's E470, but I'm not going that far, I don't think. I'm looking for Peoria or Wadsworth or Tower. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So Aurora ends not. I'm thinking west side, but we're east side. Aurora ends at E470, I believe. Yeah. Like, is there anything? No, there's. Well, yeah. Like, I would say it's like Sable. It's like Sable. So, or not Sable. What is it? Yeah, it's like E470. I would say Aurora ends at basically like E470. I mean, it goes out further. You can see it. It goes out further than that. Like, I don't know where Aurora ends. But I'm guessing it's like probably here at E470. You can see it does end here at E470. Aurora, the big streets end by E470. So Aurora is roughly a chunk of Colorado that's like the east side of Denver. It goes from like all the way to Centennial, south, all the way north to Montbello, right about here. This whole line. I wish I could get a picture of this. Can I get a picture of this? Or like, can I get if I could get a picture of this, I could draw on it in paint. Which I guess I could do. I could do print screen. I want to do the full screen. And then I want you to open this. Yeah, and I want you to no, this is not what I wanted, you fucking idiot. Windows is so fucking bad. Yes, I want you to take a rectangle of this. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can see it. There's Aurora. There's the border of Aurora. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. So here's the border of Aurora. As you can see, it meanders. Denver is here. They say Aurora is going to become bigger than Denver eventually. And I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Right now, it's, I'd say about half the size of Denver. It goes all the way the fuck down here through all of this stuff and Sterling Hills and all this. It goes all the way northeast to the DIA, basically out on I-70 to Pena Boulevard to the DIA International Airport. Aurora stretches all the way out to DIA, and I'd like to remind you that DIA is 26 miles from the center of Denver, which is, I'd say it's like right about Park Hill. Yeah, like right there. So DIA is 26 miles away. I've made the trip something like 4,000 times because I was a taxi driver, and I would charge $75 a pop. Now, the company takes some of that, and the tip goes to me, but the company takes a lot of that. But the tip goes to me, which is cool. Or no, I mean, it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm Uber, I get to keep the whole thing. No, I mean, it's taxi, I got to keep the whole thing. But I mean, I had to pay to rent the cab too. So like renting the cab was part of it. It would definitely like eat into the overhead of doing airport rides all the time. But so I know Aurora really well. Right around Chambers and East Colfax, I had a African-American man level a pistol at my face and try to rob me. And that was like, Aurora, which is why I hate Aurora. I have a reason to hate Aurora. The only time I've ever been stuck up by a motherfucking American before was right over here by East Colfax and Chambers, which is right here. Yeah, and then somewhere in around 13th, which will be right down around like this area. Yeah, he had me walk down, I believe it was like Laredo. I think it was Laredo, actually. Yeah, it was like Laredo, yeah. I think he had me come down Laredo. I was walking down Laredo, and right before 12th on this street, right about here, he was walking north up the street, and I was walking south down the street, and he had lured me to go to his girlfriend's house to have sex with a girl. And I was at like 3:30 in the morning, and all I had was a pack of cigarettes and a nickel of speed in my wallet and a lighter and my wallet and my cell phone. And so he was like, give me everything you got. And I was like, no, all I've got is a pack of cigarettes. And that was true. I told him too. And he thought I was bringing like money and dope and stuff. And I was like, no, I lied. I didn't bring anything at all. I didn't bring anything. I brought cigarettes. And he was like, what? He got so mad at me. And he was like, what do you mean you have nothing? And I was like, I've got nothing. I've got nothing, man. I got this pack of cigarettes and I'm going to need it after this. I'll fight you for this pack of cigarettes. And I mean this. I was like, I didn't say I'll fight you. I said, I'm not giving you the pack of cigarettes. I'm going to need it after this. I full blown. I was like ready to die for for it. I was like, I'm not giving you the pack of cigarettes. This has been instantly the most stress I've ever dealt with. I'm going to need the cigarettes after this. I told him, I was like, you can't have the cigarettes. And I know what I did say to him was, I know you're not going to kill me over a $5 pack of cigarettes. And he was like, give me everything you got. And I was like, nope, I don't have anything. And he was like, fuck. He realized when I wasn't lying. So he fucking fired in the air 4 times and I ran. I backed up. He was like, why don't you stop walking? He was like, why aren't you stopping walking? Stop walking. And I was like, nope, I'm backing up. And he was like, why aren't you stopping backing up? I'm going to shoot your fucking ass. And I was like, I'm so used to playing video games where I back up from somebody threatening me that I can't stop myself from doing it. And this was the truth. I couldn't stop kiting him. He kept getting closer. And because of my video game instincts, because I was a raider for 15 years, I kept sidling back, kind of like, like the Joker or something like that. I kept sidling back with a fucking pistol in my fucking face because he kept trying to step towards me to pistol whip me. And I was like, no, I'm not going to let you pistol whip me. I didn't say it, but I was like, I'm not letting you pistol whip me. Something about him really scared me. I was like, he's going to pistol whip me so he can just run my pockets. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I kept backing up. I was like, he's just going to pistol whip me if he gets anywhere near me. I was like, no, I knew what he was going to do. So he was like, stop moving. And I was like, no, he's going to fucking shoot your ass. And I was like, nope, all I've got is a pack of cigarettes. You're not going to shoot me over a pack of cigarettes. I was like talking fast like that. I was like, you're not getting the pack of fucking cigarettes. I'm going to need it after this. I was like dead serious. I was like, I got nothing to lose. I'll fucking die for the pack of cigarettes. You don't believe me? Fucking try me and shit. I was like, I got nothing to lose. And he was like, fuck! And he screamed in the fucking air. And I ran at that point. I was like, I stepped up, I backed up, I took like 3-4 furtive steps while he was screaming and firing in the air at 3:30 in the fucking morning. It was the stupidest thing I've ever fucking seen in my fucking life. It was so stupid. I remember the girl that he tried to trick me with, the name that they used was Nevaeh. It's heaven backwards. Yeah, I got hell. Yeah, I got hell. I remember the girl's name. It was supposed to be Nevaeh. Of course, that's a fake name. But I was like, I was on my way to fuck Nevaeh. I don't know who Nevaeh is, but that was their whatever. But they're like, but she said her name was Nevaeh. And I was like, why even tell me a fucking name? I didn't ask her that, but I was like, why tell me a name? It was weird. But because they were robbing people, they felt they needed a name. So they offered up a name. And real girls that want to sleep with you don't offer up their fucking name generally. It's actually insane. So when they did it, I was like kind of shocked. And I was like, okay, well, nice to meet you, Nevaeh. And then, and I was like, must be a real girl. So I got kind of interested. I was like, it's a real girl. And no, it was some dude trying to rob me. It was so stupid. Don't sleep with people on Craigslist. It's just not wise. So, yeah, that's what happens to stupid people who like casual sex and drugs and sluts and just, like that's what happened to me. And it was my fault. It was not his fault. It was my fault. I came to the ghetto with a cell phone and a wallet and money and stuff. And that just wasn't wise. I was lucky I didn't lose it all. And it was just stupid. And and so I got robbed at gunpoint and I ran. I had to run from it. I was full blown robbed. He was like, give me everything you own. I was like, no. And it was insane. And so that's why I hate Aurora, right? Now, I don't know. I guess apparently that's the norm in Aurora now. I thought I had what we call an outlier. I was like, I told my friends, I was like, I'm never going to Aurora again. I would tell girls this who wanted to sleep with me. I'd be like, I'm not going to Aurora. And they're like, what? I'd be like, I'm not going to Aurora. I'm sorry, I'm not going to Aurora. You can come to me or we can meet in a motel or something. I'm not going to fucking Aurora. I'm not going to Aurora. They'd be like, what? And I'd be like, no, I have this fear that if I step foot in Aurora, I'll never come back. I've definitely almost lost my life there. I'm not going into Aurora. They're like, really? It's that bad? I live here. And I'd be like, yeah, it's that bad. I'd be like, yes, it's that bad. And they listen to me when I say this because I'm a taxi driver. And so they understand when I say as a taxi driver that I'm not going to Aurora, that they understand what I mean, which is that it's dangerous to be in Aurora because it is. Now, I've resisted this all of my fucking life. This looks so much like my best friend's house that I thought they might have doxed him. It's actually insane. I was like, wait, is this the backyard of my best friend's house? But it's not. It's so much like it. It's scary, though. This is definitely the backyard of an Aurora house near 1268 Dallas. It's insane. It's kind of funny. Yeah, so this is the apartment complex that these people robbed. It's like one of these, probably. It's probably bigger than it looks in this picture. Or, no, I don't know, 12... Oh, no, this is 899 Vaughn. I want to do 1268 Dallas. There it is. This is the apartment complex. I have dropped people off here, but I've never actually been here. No, I've never been here. I never usually go to Aurora voluntarily, no. I've never been here. I don't think I've even dropped people off here, I don't think. Yeah, it's weird because the brick makes it look really fucking familiar because this is how apartment complexes look in Denver. I've done a lot of apartment complexes like this, but I don't think I've been to this particular one. So this is the apartment complex. The 15 people, 2 people. You know what I'm saying? They 15 V2'd. We don't like this. We don't ever like this. We don't need 15 people for a 2-bang. You're fucking stupid. Roll like a 5-man like normal people. You don't need to put 10 more people in jail than you needed to. What kind of gang leader brings 15? You know what I'm saying? You've never been a kingpin or a fucking gang leader. You're fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? What kind of gang leader puts their entire force at risk for a 2-bang? It's a simple question. Who the fuck rolls 15 deep to bang 2 people? You're fucking stupid. I mean, this is the lack of critical thinking in the humans around us. It's so fucking stupid. It's fucking worthless.
They began a systematic search.
So we'll start back a little bit since I lost the flow a little bit.
About items of value that belong to our victims. And
dear God, why?
They came back
why?
right
For what reason? Money? This isn't worth money.
Victims.
Look at what happened to you. This isn't worth any possible money or whatever that you could have possibly got from this. Sure, you rob people all the fucking time and you get away with it. Fuck you. But I mean, what possibly could be worth this much fucking bullshit? What could possibly be worth? Money and sex and like, I don't know, like money and sex and respect are just not worth 15 banging a two gang or whatever, or victims or whatever, and then getting all 15 of you thrown in jail for 5 to 10 years. I mean, what are you, Alibaba and the 40 retarded thieves? I mean, seriously, Alibaba and the 40 retarded thieves. Fuck these people. Alibaba and the 40 fucking retarded thieves. Alibaba and the 40 fucking retarded thieves. Jesus fucking Christ.
Communication and with courage, basically informed the suspects that they would not notify the police if they were released.
No, wait. The Alibaba is racist, but I mean, these are Venezuelans, right? It's okay. No, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves is not racist, but it is if you make it about a connotation, make it about racism, which I suppose if you were talking about Arabian people, it would be racism to make an Alibaba and the 40 Thieves comment here. But no, I'm trying to make a fictional reference to Arabia, 1001 Amazing Tales of the Arabian Nights, right? Is it 1,000? What's the title of that book? It's like 1001 Arabian Nights, I think, or something like that. Yeah, the 1001 Arabian Nights. And one of the beautiful things about this collection of Middle Eastern folktales and stuff is Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, which was a really interesting story about people who have been cast out from their caste system and were like, you know, living in a Robin Hood den. It's like the you know, the Middle Eastern version of Robin Hood. It's actually a really cool story. And so, you know, I'm not trying to be racist by saying, you know, Venezuelans are acting like Alibaba and the fucking 40 Thieves, because it would be if you were making a reference to Arabian people, but I'm not. I'm making a reference to, I'm trying to be sensitive. I'm trying to fucking diss a bunch of worthless, retarded thieves, you know what I'm saying? But like, I mean, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves is the actual reference. So I'm trying to make a joke. I'm trying to make it clever. I'm trying to mix 2 funny jokes, which is the Alibaba and the 40 and calling them retarded. It's Alibaba and the 40 fucking retarded thieves. Yeah.
Could they please be released? Our victims were subsequently released. They left at a complex right around 1:50. They went to their vehicle and they drove to a friend's house located in another area of the city of Aurora. Once at that location, the victims notified the police right at about 02:27.
They do this. They don't want to do this, right? And he's about to mention why. They get excommunicated from their fucking beautiful, vibrant, wonderful, refugee community. They get excommunicated because if they rat out the local gang just puts a hit on them or whatever, wastes them, and then they never ever appear again. They're never found again. So they don't want that, and the gang doesn't want to kill them because the gang doesn't need unnecessary murder charges. So they intimidate them by saying, if you fucking rat on us or tell anybody at all, if you tell the friends, the neighbors, or the cops, or anybody involved, or any other gang or anything that this happened at all, if you tell anybody that this happened at all, we'll just show up at your fucking house, or we'll come to the jail, or we'll come to wherever you are. We'll fucking kill you and your entire family and shit. That's what they say when they leave the house, and they laugh as they say it too. They laugh as they leave. I guarantee it. And they're like, they laugh right in the victim's face, and they're like, we're used to doing this. Don't fuck with us. Trust me. I know because I've been around people like this. You think I haven't, but I have. I've been around people like this. I've been around stick up kids and stick up crews and shit. It's fucking stupid, but I have been. And so as they leave, they're like, yeah, don't tell anybody or we'll fucking kill you and your entire fucking family. No problem. Trust me. You see these notches on my arm? I got, you know what these are? And they show him some old war wounds and shit. It's fucked up, but it's true. And like, and you know, they're from Venezuela. That's not a joke. You know what I'm saying? That's not a joke. And so like, and yeah, and so when they see the gang hits and they see that they're dealing with a gang hit dude, they're like, yeah, all right, fine, we're not going to tell anybody. And they're like, swear to God? And the people are like, yes, I swear to God. And that's another thing a Venezuelan can't do is, you know, well, they can, but only really if they know better than to keep the oath, right? So these people probably knew better than to keep the oath, to swear to God, right? That the thieves make the Venezuelans probably swear to God as they're leaving, like, swear to God, you won't tell anybody, or we'll come back and we'll waste your entire fucking family wherever you are, and we'll come back 10 years later if we have to. And the people are like, yes, nod, we swear to God, we just want you to leave our apartment, you're terrorizing us, right? Those smart people, and Venezuelans are tough, hardy people and stuff. I mean, they're not stupid, I wouldn't say. They're smart. Venezuelans are like, well, we're fucked now. We can't get back to Venezuela. We can't live here without constant harassment and repeated theft from the fucking you know, the gang fucking you know, people leaning on us and all this over and over again. We can't stay here without them busting into our house and robbing us over and over again, because once they see they can do this to us successfully once, they'll just keep doing it over and over again. This is what it's like to be leaned on by a gang. It's happened to me before, both digital and real. I've had gangs lean on me before. It's fucking stupid. It sucks, and you're kind of scared of them because they can't just show up at your fucking house and waste you. This is why you don't cross cartel, you don't cross other gang members. You hold your hands up like kid gloves, and you're like, okay, you want it, you take it. Then I don't want to tip with you. You want something, you can have it. It's a weak opinion to have, but if you don't have the strength to hold that thing, they can just take it. So you just let them have it. You're like, all right, fine. Yeah, but so you know, and all the politics of it, but the Venezuelans know at that point they can't get back to their homeland. They can't. Then this is how we stop really bad gangs. This is how we stop really bad gangs. Is eventually the people that they lean on, they just tell the feds. They're like, okay, look, we swear to God, and we really don't like breaking that fucking oath. They don't, but we swear to God in front of these fucking gangsters that we wouldn't tell you, but we're telling you because we have no options. They're gonna kill our kids. If we tell anybody, they're gonna kill our kids. If we and our friends, and they're just going to keep robbing us over and over again since they successfully robbed us now. And then the cops are like, yes, we're sympathetic to this, we're going to help you.
Our officers immediately responded to that location.
Our officers were immediately responded, and they don't like hearing stories like this, and it takes a little bit to get the cop to understand what's happening. When the cop understands, he's like, oh no, my whether they're my people or not, whether they're immigrants or not, like innocent people in my community are being fucking oppressed by gun-wielding maniacs, and I'm gonna fucking do something about it, right? And I have some sympathy to the cops and the fucking problems that they have. I'm sympathetic to the cops and the problems they have. I know because I've been fucking basically shot at. I wasn't shot at, but I was shot like around by a fucking crazy, fucked out, drugged out fucking gangster and shit. I've been shot at by a fucking drugged out gangster and shit. It's fucked up, but I have. And so like, I understand. I'm sympathetic to what they face. The shit's real out there. But I also don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes they're kind of like harsh with their approach. It's harsh. It's hard to want their inclusion. I don't want the cops in there. I don't want the cops to have to deal with this sort of stuff. I want the fucking rich people to stop stealing so much just to stuff their bank accounts while they fiscally conservative fucking starve us all to death and run the rent to $5,000 a month and the cars to $100,000 so nobody can get any transportation or food or you know, like there's not enough houses in the world. There's so many houses in the world, and we act like there's not enough. It's insane. There's homeless people. That makes no sense. There's so many houses in the fucking world. The weird, dumb, shitty logic of the 1% doesn't really fly in logical, normal conversations with logical, normal people. How is there homeless people? There is so many houses in this world. There's so many for sale right now. There is so many houses in this world. How is there homeless people? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. We have this terrible, terrible community who just doesn't give a living shit whether or not the other humans live or die. And it's just disgusting. It's not really too good. I mean, it's not good. You know? And so, like, you know, and so I'm sympathetic to the police. I'm sympathetic to the Venezuelans. I'm sympathetic to Colorado. I'm sympathetic to Aurora. I don't like Aurora, but I'm sympathetic that Aurora became a shit-stained, gang-torn asshole. You know what I'm saying? Shit-stained, war-torn, gang-torn asshole. It sucks. I don't like Aurora. You couldn't pay me to go there. So it's like, and it's not that bad of a place. Would you like to see what Aurora actually looks like? It looks like fucking Centennial. It's not that bad of a place. Aurora, Colorado is thriving. I bet there's been a video doing this, right? Trust me, there's real estate agents in Aurora, Colorado that really want you to move there. So, yeah, the truth about Denver, here's what's really going on in Aurora, from apartment takeovers to crime to real estate. Yep, to real estate. Yeah, the real estate is also my feelings on Aurora. Right, here's a really pertinent fucking video from about a month ago. Let's see what that guy has to say. But he's like the ultimate guide to pros and cons, top 5 reasons to move to Aurora, Colorado. Right. This is going to show you. This is going to show you the good sides of Aurora, Colorado.
So let's be
the cost of living is cheap. That's very true. He's not going to show it, but he should. The natural beauty is like you're in the Colorado mountains, because you literally are. You're about 6 miles from the mountains, something like that. So, or I'm sorry, it's more than that. It's about 30 miles. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about it like it's east, but I'm thinking about West Side Denver. West Side Denver is about 6 miles from the fucking mountains. East Side Denver is about 30 miles from the mountains, but that's not that bad. That's like 45-minute drive. You know,
you need to save up for some sunscreen, because we have over 300 days of sunshine each year. You're gonna need it. Aurora is a nature lover's paradise with over...
Yeah, we don't get, like, rain. We don't get rain. It's like 9/10 of the year. I love Colorado because the only time you ever have to worry is, like early January till about February 10th or something like that. And then it becomes sort of overcast for about 2 months from, February, March, April. And then in April, you get 9 months of sun. Or whatever it is. 8 months of sun. And it's like good sun. It's beautiful California sun. Well, it's Colorado sun.
8,000 acres of parks.
Of just beautiful parks and beautiful, like, Colorado greenery.
Parks and open space.
Yep.
There's no shortage of places to explore.
Yep. There's a job market in Aurora that's very strong, I gotta say, because they're filling the city faster than Denver's growing. The city itself is growing faster than Denver, and he's going to talk about this.
The city's job market is only going to continue to grow.
Yeah, because they're only growing. It's scary that they have like twice the growth of Denver or something, because everybody in the world realized that they could get Colorado for a middle class price, and it's called Aurora. Otherwise, you got to pay $2,000 for an apartment or whatever, but you can still get an apartment for $1,000 in Aurora. You still can.
So if you're looking for many of Aurora's cultural events and
there's a lot of culture going on in not only Colorado but Aurora. Yeah, you've got Red Rocks, you've got downtown, you've got the Pepsi Center or whatever it's called now. I have no fucking idea. You've got a Coors Field across from the Pepsi Center. You've got the North Glen Amphitheater. You've got Fiddler's Green. You've got I could be a Colorado tour guide, and one of my best friends is a Colorado tour guide. I love Colorado. I'm fucking Colorado. You could call me Colorado. It wouldn't bother me. I could just change my streamer name to Colorado. It wouldn't really bother me, really. But yeah, and so in Aurora, you all have like a 45-minute drive to any of that. Pretty much like in Aurora, you have like a 45-minute drive to anywhere that's good. Be it skiing or snowboarding, to the airports, the airport's only a 5-minute drive from Aurora. It's like not even 5 minutes, like a 20-minute drive, something like that. Yeah, you have like a 20-minute ride to the airport. You're closer to the airport in Aurora than you are from downtown Colorado, or Denver, I mean. And like, yeah, and then you have access to Boulder. You have Boulders within an hour. Fort Collins and Greeley are within an hour. Not Greeley, but Fort Collins is within an hour. All of Colorado is within 3 hours or 4 hours. Like Durango's 4-hour drive. That's the worst drive in Colorado. It takes about 4 hours to drive across Colorado, something like that. Yeah, and so you got access to all of Colorado from Aurora. You still pay $1,000 for a shitty, gang-infested ghetto apartment, but I mean, at least the apartment's only $1,000, and they can't shoot you all the time, you know?
Got the Global Fest.
Yeah, Global Fest.
Colorado Dragon Boat Festival.
We don't go to these. No, I'm
And
kidding. They're probably really good.
Aurora Arts Festival.
You mean, yeah, that.
Are just a few.
Yeah, see, Aurora's the shitty gang side of Colorado. It fucking sucks, but it is. Those things sound bad, kind of, because Aurora's kind of the redheaded stepchild of Denver, Colorado. But it's going to get bigger, because redheaded stepchildren breed. All the stupid people in Denver went to Aurora. It used to be 5 Points, but then 5 Points got gentrified by the gay community, and I love them. So East Colfax is such an interesting fucking thing. Like walking down East Colfax, you'll see it. Like it's just an interesting thing. The gay community moved in the 80s, and they gentrified the 5 Points in Denver, Colorado, which was our ghetto, in the 90s, and they turned it into this beautiful Park Hill neighborhood, and these apartments that were $300 a month jumped to $2,000 again, and it was something really beautiful. And this was the gay community, and this is funny because it's true, and I remember the change. I remember when it went from from 2004 till about 2014, 5 Points got gentrified by the gay community, and it went from crazy shitty Russian-owned like sex slaves on East Colfax and shit, and like and gangbangers and crackheads running the fucking bus stops outside Downing and Evans, or sorry, not Downing and Evans, Downing and East Colfax, right? Downing and East Colfax looks like this. There's like a 7-Eleven there, I think. Yeah, Downing and East Colfax, right? Maps. Yeah, and we're gonna pull this on G Maps. Yeah, so Downing Street and well, it's just Colfax, but you can see it. Oh my God, look at how fucking run down this is. So there used to be a Papa John's here. It was the #1 Papa John's in Colorado, right? But then 5 Points is about 4 blocks that way, 4 blocks north. It's about 10 blocks. It's like 10 blocks north. You hit 5 Points, which is where all the 5 boroughs of Denver combine. And 5 Points was a shithole. You couldn't pay me to walk through it. You get stuck up with an AK. If you were a white boy with a wallet walking through 5 Points in 2004, you get stuck up with an AK. I'm fucking straight up. You get straight up stuck up with a Mac 10 or something from kids on the street and shit. It was a hard place to be. 5 Points terrified me. It was way worse than East Colfax because it was much smaller. A lot more bad actors were packed into a fucking much smaller area. So, okay, for instance, a story that I remember from my childhood was my friend LH, and I say LH because he needs to be recognized as LH. He's a strong personality, and I would never diss him by saying anything else. LH, bitch, he's one of my best friends, and we still are. Like, whenever I never speak to him anymore, but he's one of my best friends. He was down there scoring swag weed, and swag weed is the shitty shit that the other people sell. That's $20, and it's like all stems and sticks, right? You guys probably don't remember swag, because swag the minute that we got legalized in any way or form, swag got completely changed. You can't get cheap weed anymore. You have to pay for dank marijuana. You can't buy swag anymore, and that's fine. You shouldn't buy swag anyways. All that stems and steeds and sticks do is give you headaches and give you like sexual disorders and stuff. Don't smoke stems and seeds and sticks. It'll make you sick. It's not good for you. So swag was something that we did for the first 7 years that I was a marijuana user, because you couldn't get dank. It was $50 an eighth, which I might remind you, an ounce of gold is cheaper than that. Marijuana could be more expensive than gold. And so not an ounce of gold. They're not weight for weight, but yeah, gold is cheaper than $50 an eighth of an ounce. You know what I'm saying? It actually is kind of. It's not cheaper than that, but I mean, like, gold it rivals it, right? Like, marijuana can rival gold. It's about the price of gold sometimes. It's insane. So this was the best Papa John's in the city, and this is the center of the city. Downing and Evans is not the center of the city. About 5 blocks down that way is Colfax and Broadway. That's the center of the city. city. Downing and Evans is just Downing and Evans. It's just like, it's just East Colfax, where East Colfax pretty much starts. This is right about where West and East Colfax change. West Colfax is okay. It's still sort of gentrified and still sort of okay. There's places where it's really, really bad, like Aurora and like Aurora and Colfax, right, is really bad. There's a lot of heroin dealing down there and terrible shit along the Platte River. I know, because I come from that scene. My ex-girlfriend still lives with these bums on the streets that sleep under the overpass that goes over the bike path down the Platte River and stuff. I used to live with her in a tent down there, you know, full blown, like, fucking, you know, I've been there, I've done this shit, I've actually been there and shit. And so, like, yeah, so you know, this Papa John's used to be a really fucking amazing Papa John's. It was the best in the city because it was the #1 Papa John's in downtown. They were doing buku business. Their cars they had like 18 delivery drivers going in and out of this like really small parking lot, right? And no, you know, there were all these other people trying to park here to buy pizza and shit because Papa John's did really well from 2000 until 2020. They did really fucking well. So, but 5 Points is 5 blocks that way. So all of the gang members in 5 Points, they come walking down Downing because that's where the light rail is, or they come riding down the light rail because T-Rex came in 2001. So we got a light rail coming down Downing and 30th, right, to run north and south, right in about 2006, something like that, I think. In 2006, we got a north-south running light rail from 30th and Downing all the way out there to DTC, which is south, and DCC way south on I-25. And so we got a light rail running north and south, and we can consult the map again. I mean, Denver politics, I could talk about this all day. I am a Denver streamer. I'm way more Denver than Daniel Larson, motherfucker. I was a kingpin in Denver. Daniel Larson just gets kicked out of fucking cafes and shit like that. I actually was a really strong personality in Denver. Daniel Larson just gets kicked out of places, you know what I'm saying? Fuck that. Like, I'm ashamed of Daniel Larson. Fuck Daniel Larson. You know what I'm saying? There's the 12. It runs all the way to 30th and Downing. It's called the Downing Cross Street, and that's the other picture that we're looking at here. If we come back, wait, no, go back to the other one. No, come back to the other one. No, what happened here? You changed it. Go back. Colfax and Downing. There it is. So this picture, as you can see, sorry, I moved pictures and I shouldn't have done that. So the Downing Street bus picks up right here, and it's the connection between 5 Points and DTC. DTC and 5 Points have a big drug correlation going on because DTC wants drugs. That's Centennial and the Burbs. The DTC and Centennial, I had a friend named R who lived out there in Centennial, and we made a connection between downtown Denver and Centennial, and I used, as a downtown druggie, I used a Centennial drug dealer, and I was friends with his son, and I dated his son's girlfriend later on. She was my stripper girlfriend. Like 12 years later, I dated the drug dealer's son's girlfriend and shit. And it's, you know, it's a small world, but it is true. And if M was watching the video, she would understand. And so, yeah. So we needed a drug connect in Denver because the only drugs that we could get back then was either 5 Points, where you would get robbed if you were a white boy, or downtown in the fucking the Civic Center Park, where I have lived before for 3 weeks. And, you know, the Civic Center Park is one of the coldest, harshest places in the world. I wouldn't really walk around there without, like, at least a knife, if not a firearm. You don't really want to be there over, say, like, Skid. It's better than Skid Row. There's a lot more civility to it because the cops are still walking around the park. You know, in the park at any given time, there's about 10 police officers. There's so much goddamn drug violence and rape and bullshit that's happening down there, and thievery and poor homeless people robbing each other, that at any given time in Civic Center Park, there is like 10 cops walking around. That's only 5 blocks west of this Papa John's. It's 5 blocks down. This is Downing. Downing is 1200. No, sorry, it's 12 blocks down. It's 0. You have Colfax and Broadway, which is the center of all of Colorado, the center of all of Denver, and the center of the known universe. Like right now, I believe this too. South Broadway and East Colfax is east, I believe. No, well, it's where Colfax becomes West Colfax, right? It's this corner. We'll do Colfax and South Broadway. This is the nexus of the known universe, and I've lived here in the park that is at it, quite spiritually too. I believe that I needed to be there. It is the center of the known universe, I believe. And I know it sounds that I'm biased from a Denver perspective, but no, the hub for the Western universe is DIA. The cultural crossroads of Denver is Colfax and South Broadway. And if you were to leave to go to either the Western and Eastern world or come in from the Western and Eastern world to the hub for the Western civilization, the hub for the Western civilization is DIA. The hub for the Eastern civilization is London. Right? You think about where do all the planes come in? It's what's the name of the British airport? I can't think of it. It's the guy who did all the taxes, like Heathrow, or is it Heathrow or something like that? Yeah, it's Heathrow Airport, I think. Like, right. So the center of Eastern civilization is Heathrow Airport. The center for, and I mean this, and the center for Western civilization is not DIA, because DIA is 26 miles from the actual hub, which is Denver, Colorado. The center of Denver, Colorado, and the center of all Western civilization is where I used to live, and then I was there for a reason, because of that reason too, is East Colfax and South Broadway. I know it sounds like I'm some biased Denver person, but no, that's how the Western world actually looks at it. DIA is the known central hub of the Western universe. We need DIA. All of America's flights go through it. DIA is the center of America. It really is. It's the center of America. It covers north, south, east, and west. It's not that I'm biased. It's just geographically true. The Rocky Mountains are the center of America. We have the known hub for the Western world. We make all the plane connections going east and west, and you can see how much money they spent on DIA Airport. Images, right? So you can see how much money they spent on this airport, and it's a tent airport, which is a smart design for the Colorado plateau. DIA is on the Colorado plateau. You can see there's no trees around it at all. It's on a plateau, and so because when you're on a plateau, roaring winds that come like 120 miles per hour come tearing buildings apart. It tears buildings apart if they face it for 100 years. It just the wind will literally, the Colorado wind will tear the buildings apart. I know, because I lived in a cracky shack in Erie, Colorado, that was gonna fall down sooner or later, because the wind would just, and it was like it used to be a really good house. It was like a 1910 house or something, but the wind had been tearing at it for 100 years, and that fucking house was gonna fall down on us. So I'm glad we got out of it. It was so creaky and shitty. The Colorado wind, and that's out in Erie, Colorado, which is right out towards DIA. It's like a plateau, and so the wind will tear hell out of DIA. So they had to build a tent city, because tents steal a lot better. A tent airport, because tents deal with the wind a lot better than fucking stone does. It fields the wind better. The air just cuts through it, so that there's no pressure on it. The air just cuts through all the gaps, and so there's no like severe pressure trying to push the box over. Boxes get blown over, fingers don't. These are fingers. You see how they're fingers? It's just explaining the physics of DIA and the seriousness that Denver is the hub for the Western world. It makes more sense than Washington, D.C. It actually does. Like, we have NORAD in Colorado. We have our #1 missile defense system that keeps us safe from the nuclear bombs and stuff. That's based out of Colorado. That's up at 6th and Wadsworth. It's, 6th and Santa Fe. I'm sorry, not 6th. NORAD is I-70 and I don't know where NORAD is. It's like out there by Santa Fe and Titan. I don't really know where NORAD is. It's hidden and it's under the ground. So I don't know where NORAD is, but I mean, I'm sure you can probably pull it up. I don't care to know. I don't want to know, and I don't want to dox it. I don't want to know where NORAD is. So, but NORAD's in Colorado. It's not in Washington, D.C. Our true missile defense system, our HAL, our #1 governmental computer, is housed in NORAD, which is like a 15-mile bunker that they built underneath the Colorado soil out there by 6th or not by 6th. It's out there by Titan and Santa Fe and shit, near Roxborough, Colorado, which is where one of my best friends lives. Who I kind of had a falling out with him, but what else is new? So I've had a falling out with everybody. I'm not really okay with humanity going forward. Everybody else was okay with just putting their nose to the grindstone and ignoring how bad it was. I kind of hold everybody responsible, like Jesus or something like that. So I kind of had a falling out with the entire fucking human race. I even blame some of my best friends for some of my worst problems because they don't actually go do anything to fix them. And I don't either, in my defense. I don't go do anything to fix it either. But I mean, the reason that I didn't do that is because I had to swear an oath to my mother that I wouldn't. These people don't do it because they're just not really interested in being shot with a high power rifle from across the street. But I mean, hey, we all gotta die somehow. If they want to shoot you with a high power rifle from across the street like MLK, at least you were probably a luminary who tried to save the world, right? And so I tried all of my life to convince my friends to start a revolution, to stop the 1%, to build Colfax and Broadway into something truly great, build Colorado into something truly great, and it's and my friends just don't have the time, they don't have the lives. Some of us had terrible death and terrible problems and terrible drug addictions and stuff that we had to deal with, or jail or prison or that kind of thing. A lot of my friends are hurt by the cold and all this other stuff, but I view all of this as core problems with the resurgence of Venezuelan gang violence in Aurora. I don't know what to do about all of this. It's like my homeland is burning and I had to leave it because the 1% made it too fucking expensive for me to live there. It doesn't seem like an accident anymore. I kind of thought they just kind of screwed up and started charging too much money out of their greed. But no, now I think it's on purpose. They're charging so much money for that rent because they don't want poor people to survive. And when poor people don't survive, they shoot up Aurora apartment complexes. To quote the great Huey P. Newton, if a person's poor, they're going to do crime. If they're not poor, they won't do crime, you worthless piece of shit fucking penny-pinching 1%er, billionaire, trillionaire cocksuckers.
Act with the victims.
And yeah, that goes for the government too. The government's got trillions of dollars and isn't doing shit. I listened to Bernie talk yesterday for 20 minutes about how the government isn't doing shit about these contractors who are charging $450,000 for a rocket that they used to charge just 8 years ago $25,000 for. So now they see that the rich people have taken over the government or are sinking the world like Elon Musk and all this, and they're like, oh, can we sell you rockets for $450,000? It'll make our paramilitary corporation unstoppable. And the American government's like, oh yeah, we have child sex parties with you all the time. Absolutely, sure. As long as you don't turn us in for jeopardy. Yeah, we'll sell you. We'll buy your missiles for $500,000 when they used to be $25,000. Oh yeah, no problem. And that leads to trillions and trillions of dollars. Trump wants $985 billion for his fucking war chest for all the wars that he's gonna fight. I can't stand Republicans. I can't believe you vote for this fucking traitor shithead. He's gonna send us to 5 Afghanistans. 5 Afghanistans. I'm dead serious. He's going to send us to like 5 Afghanistans. He set the war chest yesterday. $985 billion. What the fuck do we need $1 trillion for war for? We're not at war. I will not vote on this military budget.
Mr. President, as the holiday season approaches, it is an appropriate time to talk about our national priorities, where we are as a nation, and where we should be going into the future.
Yep.
Right now, tonight, as we assemble here in Washington, D.C., there are thousands of people in this city and in the surrounding areas who are sleeping out on the streets. And that is not just Washington, D.C., it is almost every major city in the country. And when we talk about the housing crisis, it's not just homelessness.
It's a lot of things.
Millions of people in Vermont,
a lot of things
throughout this country, are paying 40, 50, 60% of their limited incomes for housing. We have a major housing crisis, we need to invest in low-income and affordable housing. Mr. President, today in the United States, in the richest country in the history of the world, which today has more income and wealth inequality than it has ever had, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck,
Yep.
and millions of workers are earning starvation wages, barely enough.
Yep. And so, so this all matters. It leads to the death of Colfax and Broadway, the death of the hub of the Western civilization. There's people selling heroin and smoking heroin and shit down there on the corner. It doesn't matter. And that decay, that it's the fall of Rome. If we do not take care of the center of the civilization, which is America, we will die. We must take care of America. You cannot continue to buy missiles and bombs and drones and guns and jets that cost trillions of dollars. Like he's gonna talk about a fucking a plane that over 100 years is gonna cost America $1 trillion just to fly it. $1 trillion. What do we need to fly jet planes for? We're not at war. If we go to war, spend money then. But we haven't been at war, not in 100 years.
Initial information about
working.
I mean, well, yeah, Vietnam, you know. I wouldn't even call Afghanistan a war, not really. There was 2,000 casualties. Thank God it wasn't more, you know. It was not Vietnam. It was not World War II. Thank fuck God that we had enough sense for it not to be.
Another's game IP.
Sorry.
what occurred, how it occurred, when it occurred, and where it occurred. And then ultimately, simultaneously, additional officers, Aurora police officers, responded to the actual crime scene. They locked down the apartment complex located at 1268 Dallas. They began a systematic search, and they ultimately made contacts with...
Notice that when I quit the server, 13 people leave. It's really weird, but 13 people do leave when I quit this server. They're all there for me.
Several different apartments. And they ultimately...
5 of them probably just have lives and they're on at night when I'm sleeping. But yeah, like about 8 of them are just there to harass me. It's fucking insane.
In one apartment located...
Probably alts, you know? I don't know. Who cares?
About 15
I don't care.
that were inside there.
I imagine that some of these nerds have descended into this madness so badly that they're literally dual boxing computers to do two copies of Rust at the same time, so they can keep one player in their base so they can monitor for raids, and the other player can go out and harass other people and raid. And like I swear to God, I deal with that sometimes. It's so annoying.
Based upon the identifications, based upon what we know at this time.
Yeah, sock puppets are not hard. You can go buy a Rust account that only has Rust, no other games, so it's not even very suspicious or anything like that. It just looks like somebody who really likes Rust, and you can just buy a Rust account for like $3, I think, $7, something like that. So like, yeah, like it might even have some thousands of hours on it, so you look legit, or hundreds of hours or whatever. And like, yeah, and and you just, you know, you go cheat. Or you use that sock puppet account, and then you've got two Rust accounts because you have 2 Steam accounts. They don't. The EAC does conflict, but I think there's ways around that. I think you can actually get around the EAC conflicting. I'm fairly sure the hackers do it all the time. I don't want to. I just won't use EAC or EAC products. I'm going to actually hurt them where like hackers think that they need to just brute force it. I can tell you how to kill EAC. Stop using EAC. Just boycott it, and it'll be a lot faster than trying to hack them. If you don't like EAC, just don't use it. Don't use products that have it. Which is everything. It sucks, but it is true. It's everything. Ooh, I love that sound. Am I outside? Nope. Oh, good. Now, but am I rated? Let's go see. Yeah. No, these people, I think they understand that I leave them alone. I'm going to check my reports. Nobody's on my list, and that's good. And we don't have, like, some cheater-ass cocksucker or whatever. So, yeah. We're going to run a kit. Kit time. Redeem.
It appears that most of those individuals in that one apartment were involved in this terrible, terrible crime. Right now, our officers and our detectives are in the process of doing due diligence based on the severity of this issue. and they are writing search warrants for all the locations involved. And as well, they are also ensuring that all investigation aspects are covered in every level. Right now on scene, I am utilizing any resource that I can to verify who these individuals are, who these suspects are, what their involvement is with this crime, and what their identities are. I am using presently Department of Homeland Security, I am using HSI, and I'm also using ICE to help identify who these suspects are and what actions were they involved in. The victims at this time are located at the hospital. They are being treated for non-life-threatening injuries.
Thank God.
And hopefully they'll be released soon. Our investigators are working consistently and constantly with them. And again, I want to let everybody know we are not going to rest until we verify every individual in this incident is in custody. Every individual who mistreated another human being the way these victims were treated is in custody. And we will use, again, every resource at our ability to do that. We have proactively been focused on that apartment complex. As everybody here knows, and as the nation knows, this complex is an incredibly problematic complex. It is an incredibly
they need to just shut it down. Shut it down.
We have been focusing on.
It's the projects now. Shut it down.
And without question,
you need to fucking shut down the projects. Just full blown.
That victimizes somebody else will be held accountable or be removed from that complex. So again, that is something that we are truly focused on. Another thing that I want to say, and then I'll open it up for questions, but I want to acknowledge the courage of the victims, the courage,
it's strong.
Again, I think that is something that is truly amazing.
Yep. This cop, he met a real man today. A Venezuelan. This cop met a real man who doesn't dress like a suit dummy and roll around like a fucking cocksucker. You know what I'm saying? He met a real motherfucker today. I guarantee it. A real man who works for his living, who takes care of his family and shit, and doesn't snitch unless his family's gonna die. You know what I'm saying? His family's gonna die, so he met real strength today. Somebody from a real place.
These individuals that are the victims, at this point, it appears that they are immigrants that came again.
We have this plastic, fantastic, sheltered, middle-class lifestyle and all this stuff. He doesn't. Well, he has that, but I mean, you know, shelter, middle-class lifestyle is the American way. These people don't come from there. They have real strength. They don't like that. Like, I would say the average American's worst concern is who they date for prom. I think the average Venezuelan's concern is whether somebody's going to come in their front door and steal all their fucking money in the middle of the night.
Community that was brought here. The fact that they
I have some sympathy for the Venezuelans.
I think it shows again.
They're tearing each other apart, but so are we.
Unfortunately, when you look at this type of activity, especially when
I don't see any difference. These are humans with wives and children.
Most of them
husbands, wives, and children, and you know, I just don't really see the difference between them and us. They need help, we help them.
The city of Aurora. Again, unfortunately, these individuals, like many gangs and many individuals involved in this type of activity, they victimize their own race and their own ethnicity.
Yep.
And the reason they do
we
that
can't
is
stand
because
this
they are
about them.
victims.
We'd honestly.
Status, they will not.
We honestly feel that if they were robbing us, it would actually be a little bit more acceptable. But no, they pick and parcel, like, pretty much keep their violence to their own community, which makes us hate them more for some reason, because we're like, God damn it, you're the most victimized community. So when you beat on each other, like, it's really, really bad. They're like, when Venezuelans beat on each other, it's really bad. It's really bad because it's like, that's the most victimized people in our country almost. And so they're the ones that probably most easily victimized. And then, so who should they not face any problems from? Their own community. The one community that they really shouldn't face any problems from, right? They're going to meet other communities like the Russian gangs and the fucking, you know, and the people running crack on the streets and all this. They're gonna meet other fucking gangs and shit. They're gonna meet other problems in America when they come. But the one gang that they shouldn't have had problem with was the Venezuelan gangs. But no, the Venezuelan gangs, they're pieces of shit with zero honor. So they attack only their own. They stay married to their own thing. If they were just out on the streets robbing just random people, it would be a lot like more morally acceptable, because we know that you're just doing that because you're poor. But the minute that you just target the weakest members of your own community, we hate you even more because we're like, God damn it, we brought you here to try to help you. And what do? You suck your own toddlers. Good, hardworking Venezuelan Americans who work, you know, who not, work doesn't have anything to do with it, but not just work, but I mean, like, who have, like, green cards and came in the right way, and, like, have families who have lived here forever, and are Americans and stuff. You target them? Why? Because you got some shit from the old world or something? I mean, this is kind of what Grand Theft Auto 4 and Scarface was about. Keep your shit in the old world. This is America. Like, we have a higher standard here and shit. And honestly, if you're gonna fucking rob people, rob indiscriminately, like everybody the fuck else. Don't rob just Venezuelans. That's the weakest members of our community. It makes you look like savage dogs. It makes the Republicans be racist towards you. It's fucking shitty. It's like, you know, stop attacking your own community. There's plenty of targets in the fucking community. You ever heard this in a gang before? You ever heard this before? I'm sure you have, because I'm sure you've had all kinds of Scarface ideals and drug dealer logic in your motherfucking Venezuelan gang. So I'm gonna hit you with the original. There's like two. There's two rules on the motherfucking streets, right? Don't turn your back on the motherfucking streets. Don't shit where you eat. When you attack only Venezuelans, I think you've got this broken, half fucked up logic about at least these people won't rat on us because we're speaking the same language on us and they're used to this treatment from back in the old world and all this shit, this Nico Bellic fucking logic. Nah, just rob people indiscriminately if you're too poor and you need money. Just rob people in general. Go do credit card theft like all the other world's criminals do. Don't stick up Venezuelans for their hard-earned fucking, like, you know, hard worked for money. You know, in your own community, please just go go online like all the other shitheads in the fucking world and steal credit cards. Please do not stick up fucking poor, victimized refugees from fucking, like, you know, piece of shit Venezuelan gang. Fuck you, you know what I'm saying? Like, please do not fucking hit poor, victimized members, refugees from Venezuela. They've already got enough problems. They're Venezuelan fucking refugees! They've got enough problems. They're Venezuelan refugees. They don't need you treating them like this. This is like worse than socking toddlers. It's like socking toddlers who have been R-worded. These toddlers have already been molested, and you've come to sock them in the fucking face because they look like you, because they come from the same country as you? No, just go fucking rob credit cards like the rest of the world's mafia. You're fucking stupid. You want to stick up these poor immigrants and shit who are running from a fucking terrible dictator. You're fucking stupid. You're worthless and you don't deserve a cent. The Venezuelans don't respect you. I don't respect you. Fuck you. You're worthless piece of gang shit. It has nothing to do with Venezuelans or the color of their fucking skin. Venezuelans are wonderful people. This has to do with poverty and shithead gangs and the rich people stealing all the money. You know, like Trump. How much money does Trump have in his bank account? You ever wondered? He won't tell us, says he steals taxes and, you know, dodges taxes and all this. But I mean, yeah, you ever wonder how much money Trump actually has? That's it. I'll tell you why. It's because he steals from the ghetto. He deprives the ghetto with his slumlord rents and his bullshit fucking stock market tactics and his Wolf of Wall Street fucking bullshit, his white collar crime and all the stuff that he does. And it hurts people and it makes the countries more poor and it makes the projects and the fucking cities and the ghettos worse as the 1% steal more and more and more and more. And, like, you know, and I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with the color of Venezuelan skin or what country they come from or who they are. This has to do with poverty and rich, shitty people stealing all the money. Rich white people stealing all the money. This has nothing to do with gang violence or the color of their skin or the country or anything that these racist, shithead, cocksucker Republicans say. Has nothing to do with what they say. Nothing to do with that. It's always about money. Never forget. It's always about that dollar, moolah, green dollar, dollars, cowrie shells, and bills and such. Right? It's always about the almighty dollar. Trust me. And so, the rich white people kind of stole all the money. So Venezuela kind of fell apart. They stole all the money from Venezuela. And so what do the Venezuelans do? They flee their war-torn, fucked up, shitty fucking, despots in control, dictatorship country. And they come here where we've always promised everybody in the world, bring us your tire, you're poor, you're hungry, we'll help you, right? And so they come here, and what do? Like, we just let them eat each other. We just let them eat each other. We know that they come from a war-torn country full of gangs and stuff and problems. And so we just sort of ignore the problems, and we don't come back to the apartment complex, and we don't keep cop cars parked outside. And we know it's a problem area, but we don't really do anything until they fucking abduct each other. And I'm sorry, but, this is the human experiment. There's gonna be accidents. There's gonna be boo-boos and uh-ohs. What's the first thing that a human learns? It's probably the word uh-oh, right? Uh-oh. Probably, most kids probably say uh-oh, right? Because it's the first thing. It's like U-H-O-H. It's simple. It's almost like the two simplest words in the language. It's easier to say than help, because help has two syllables, right? But uh-oh does too, but uh-oh, it has no syllables, so it just rolls off your tongue. It's like, uh-oh. So what is the first thing that a toddler probably learns? It's probably that phrase, uh-oh, I made a mistake. I don't know how to, I don't know how to communicate that to my parents. Uh-oh, sorry, and sorry is probably the other word. And then probably the other word that they learn is no, right? My first word was no. Yeah, I was full blown like, no. I was like, no. So, and so trust me, but most people's first words are going to be, uh-oh. And so we understand that the first thing that a toddler probably learns is how to apologize for making a mistake. It probably is. It's kind of crazy. It's like, uh-oh. Any kid can understand, uh-oh. That's what we can, it even has like a tone to it and a lilting musicality to it. Uh-oh. It almost sounds musical and lyrical, doesn't it? It's like, uh-oh, and this is because we make mistakes all the time. We make mistakes all the fucking time. So we need to understand that this was an experiment, that the apartment complex full of Venezuelans was an experiment that failed. We must end it. Not because of Venezuelans, but because of poverty. It tore this place apart and turned the new world into the old world. We can't have that. If you've ever played Grand Theft Auto 4, you'll understand.
Not come forward.
We can't have America turning into the old world. We can't do it. It's how Trump won. It's how all these shitheads win.
Police. They know that they can mistreat them. They know that they can.
We promised a better place than that to the entire world, and we promised we would be the custodians of it, and all this stuff, and we did, and we have been, and we've done fairly well. But I mean, the poverty, as the 1% steals, is not being good custodians of our land or our people. It is robbing and stealing from our people. So we must end the 1%. You say it's Venezuelans. I say it's poverty. You say it's the color of their skin. I say it's you.
To them that they couldn't do to anybody else in the community based upon their fear of what the ramifications would be if law enforcement gets involved in that. So for the fact that they stepped forward and made this decision to call us, again, I appreciate that, and I cannot tell them how much I am thankful that they had the courage to do that. I also want to make sure that you understand something that we have been trying to do since the beginning of this, and that is have outreach with that community particularly. I want to make sure that anybody, whether documented or undocumented, knows that they can call law enforcement.
The hell is that?
And respond. And
is it a bag?
The best that we possibly
That's a bag
can.
Or a dead zombie?
There is no place in this country, there is no place in this city where somebody should be victimized or mistreated based upon their documentation status. And I want to ensure.
Oh no, I have
again,
loot. Oops.
Here at Aurora PD, we have taken huge steps to make sure we reach out to the ethnic community, make sure we reach out to the populations that reside in this incredibly diverse city, making sure that we reach out to the new immigrants who have come to this city to know that they can move forward and they can have contact with us. And
we cannot let the old world come to the new world. I'm sorry, it's like now like the #1 American rule. We can't have, this is not a shop for anarchy. We cannot have Venezuela just exploding and moving here. We can't. It sucks. We love Venezuelans. We don't love the gang violence.
We will support them, and we
will support them. We love Venezuelans. We don't love the gang violence. It's easy enough to say it. You guys got to stop that shit. This is America. You got to stop the gang violence. We've never been that kind of country. We've always. You want to know what? Okay. You want to know what America has always been? Fallout 4 did a good intro to show you what America's always been. And one of the themes of Fallout 4 is that war never changes, so we lose this. But what we attain, what we aspire to in America is something that you should aspire to as a human being, which is a beautiful house
Limitless source of power.
Limitless power,
People in
limitless transportation,
luxury.
luxury for every American, a nice middle-class house for every American. Everybody comes here for the dream. We've lost the sight of the fucking dream because of the gang violence, and the 1%ers stole all the money. If we get the money back and we stop the gang violence, we're gonna be fine, guys. We're gonna be fine. I believe it with all my heart and soul. If we get rid of the gang violence and we kill the 1% and get their money back, we're gonna be fine, guys. I don't know if we need to kill them, but they won't ever relinquish. So we're gonna, rather than use the word kill, I'm going to use the word force them to relinquish. We have to force the 1% to relinquish. We need that money to fix the war-torn Venezuelas, to fix the war-torn projects, to fix the war-torn Chi-Town, to end Skid Row, to return in, a Norman Rockwell 50s American version of what this place could have been, where your kids can go to school without being molested or shot at or be scanned for weapons and shit like this. Like, that was the dream, but trust me, we're just as likely to turn this place into the old world as anybody else is. Look, we as white Americans, we're just as likely to turn this place into a fucking war-torn piece of shit like the old world as anybody else is. We must avoid these darker sides of our personalities, robbing each other with gangs, rolling in gangs, like, set tripping, gang banging, corner shit, the 1% stealing trillions, demon bankers, the Cayman Islands, the demon banker problem, the stuff that Bernie's talking about. It all connects, but it's definitely not race people. It's not people of other races. This is white greed. White greed led us to both of these things. The 1% and the old world moving to the new world. Because the old world moves to the new world and starts sticking up people here and running gang shit here because the white people stole all the money. I know you don't want to believe that, but 2 Americans own more than 50% of all of America. They own more money than 375 million Americans. 2 Americans own more than 375 million Americans. Bernie bitched about it yesterday, and it's fucked up. And I don't know what we do. We can't kill them. We can't kill the gangs. We have to learn to make this all work somehow. But racism and bullshit and calling the gangs the problem. I'm sorry, calling the gangs the problem is the solution. It's like, I'm sorry, not calling the gangs the problem, but instead of blaming a race, you need to blame the crime. The crime has a causality. I know you guys don't know what the word causality means because you're illiterate like Trump, but causality is when you have cause of something that causes something. It's very simple. It's even in the word, but most people don't know what it means. It's causality, right? What caused all this? You think it's the Venezuelans. I think it's your white greed. Do you really think it's the Venezuelans who have no money and no property and are really causing all the world's problems? No, I think it's the rich white man stealing all that money so that all these people who are poor shoot each other in the streets in gang violence. Am I wrong? No, here's Bernie telling you so.
To stay alive. The time is long overdue when we talk about...
I love running private revolutions for nobody at all. I don't give a flying fuck! You understand? I don't care who listens. Mankind's worthless. I don't care who listens. I don't care. I'll run the revolution for nobody in particular. I don't care. Your worthless fucking piece of shit leadership has driven this country into the fucking toilet. We're still great, but only because we're eventually gonna get rid of you. The 1%. That's the only thing that still makes us great. Eventually, we're gonna get rid of the 1%. It's the only thing that's still great about us. But we're still great because of that. We're going to get rid of the 1%. We need to promise the world. Bernie's doing it right now. We're going to get rid of the 1%. We're coming for you. Swiggity swooty, bitch. You worthless piece of shit, Richard. We're coming for your money. And yeah, it does make you really, really, really evil if you hang around with $375 billion or whatever the fuck you do while the rest of us starve in the streets. That's not how society works. That's not how community works. That's not how America works. That's just you stealing money, piece of shit, rich white politician or fucking businessman. And so, swiggity swooty, we're coming for your fucking booty, and we're gonna laugh, and we're gonna dance with the Venezuelans when you're dead. We're gonna dance. I'm literally gonna go on down to that apartment complex, and when the world's better, and I'm gonna dance with the Venezuelans on your fucking grave, you worthless piece of shit, rich white dictator, asshole, money-grubbing pieces of shit. I'm gonna go on down there to that apartment complex. I swear to God. I swear to God, and on my father's grave, I'm gonna go down there to that apartment complex in like 20 years and stuff, and I'm gonna dance with the fucking Venezuelans on your piece of shit, rich white, fiscal conservative, cocksucker grave. You killed the world with your greed. And yeah, it's the fiscal conservatives who did this. You know, the Trumps and the, the Buffetts and the Musks of the fucking world. Fiscal piece of shit conservatives who never ever spend a dime. They just steal everything that they own.
Our national priorities, that this Congress pass.
So I will. I'll dance with the Venezuelans. I'll eat Venezuelan beer. Food, and I'll drink Venezuelan beer, and I'll fucking dance on your fucking piece of shit, rich white fucking thievery ass piece of shit, rich white fucking politician ass, piece of shit suit dummy, cocksucker ass, 1%er grave. Don't get it twisted. I'm gonna dance on your piece of shit, racist ass, money thief grave. You fucking piece of shit thieves in the temple. With friends like you, who needs Nazis? I say it all the fucking time. With friends like this, who needs Nazis?
A livable minimum wage. Raise that minimum wage
Yep.
to a livable level.
Yep.
So that no worker in this country who works 40 hours a week lives in poverty. Not a
God, I love Bernie. He just never, ever did. Well, he compromised when he sold out to Hillary. And I know why he did this, because we need a female president. The sausage fest has to end. Men just want war and money and sex. Women want to nurture the community. It's just not in our DNA to run governments. I would prefer women did it. Women really care if a child starves or not. Men think it's funny. Tell me I'm wrong.
Radical idea. Mr. President, in the United States today, we have a broken and dysfunctional healthcare system whose major function is not to provide quality, affordable care to our people.
It's to waste your time
billions in profit
and steal
for the insurance companies and the drug companies.
Yep.
And the truth is that while 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, while 60,000 die each year because they don't get to a doctor on time, the insurance companies and the drug companies make tens of billions of dollars a year in profit.
Why? It's insurance. Insurance is never that fucking rich. What are you talking about? Insurance is like gambling. They should be going belly up most of the time because they have to actually fill claims. Why is insurance making tens of billions of dollars? It's fucking insurance. Everybody has to buy it, yeah. But I mean, like, I guess, yeah. But I mean, like, so if everybody has to buy it, shouldn't it be really, 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 really cheap like water? You worthless thieves have fucked us over. Rich white pieces of shit have fucked us over for far, far too fucking long. You made me hate my own race. You make me hate my own country. You make me hate my own government. You worthless piece of shit 1%er thieves. You're lucky I don't fucking kill you.
Mr. President, the time...
But you're my fellow Americans, so I can't. I've got to learn to live with people like Trump. And not because of his politics, because of his bank account. I've got to learn to live with people like Trump. I don't want to. Fuck him. Kill him.
Overdue. For the United States to do what...
I mean, not kill them, but take their money. Don't kill them. Take their money. I don't want to hurt them. Take their money. Take their money. Give it to the government. Force the government to show that they're taking care of every last child in the land and make sure they want for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Other major...
The sunlight will shine. I believe in it. One day we will wake up and these people will be gone. The sun, ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things are gonna get brighter.
Country on earth does,
It's going to get brighter. It always gets darkest right before the end. I believe we will either kill and or imprison the rich people. I think that's what's going to happen. I think we have to. We have to stop the 1%. We have to make them show us, at the very least, what is in their bank accounts and take 9/10 of it and give it to the government to fix these fucking problems. Poverty, transportation, food, rent, immigration, border, all this shit. It's got to fucking fix. And these 1%ers like Elon Musk, fuck them, rob them. No sympathy for the other side. Fuck him. Rob Elon Musk. Full blown. Take his money. I have no sympathy for him. It's either that or his life. I'll give you your choice. You can give us all the money that you stole for no good reason. I consider stealing because at some point you got to be about 250 million rich and you just kept robbing people. That's thievery. I want to take like 3/4 of that back. Past 250 million, past 100 million, something like that. I just want to take your money. That's got to go to the greater good, bitch. The greater good. I know you don't believe in the greater good or you don't know what it is. I fucking do. It's called the greater good. It's a simple concept. The greater good. It's not that fucking hard to understand. The greater good. Everybody needs to be taken care of. What does the greater good mean? Right? Greater good. What does greater good mean? If someone does something for the greater good, that means they are doing it to benefit other people or the world, often at the cost of something smaller. For example, the battle may be costly, but it will bring peace and prosperity to our people, so it is for the greater good. Yeah, I love that they used a war metaphor for that, but it fits.
Healthcare to all people as a human right.
Yep.
And in my view, the most efficient way to do that.
Why do we gather in cities? It's so we can build hospitals. It sucks, but it's true. We gather in cities. We don't like each other. We like teepees and tribes and stuff like that. But we gather in cities so we can build hospitals to take care of our sick kids before they die before their time. That's literally, to me, the birth of civilization is hospitals. Without the need for hospitals, we wouldn't need to congregate to cities and stuff. But yeah, one of the things about living in humanity is if we're going to have a huge amount of people like this, we're going to train some of them to be doctors and make them take care of the greater good. And they want to do it. They take the oath willingly. They want to do it. We love our doctors. Here's to the people on the front lines. It's not our fucking soldiers. It's our doctors.
Is to pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. Mr. President, unbelievably.
Mr. President, you have failed us horribly before you started!
In which 3 people on top own more wealth than the bottom half of our society. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any developed country.
Yeah, we're so rich. We got Melrose Place and Saks Fifth Avenue and Fifth Avenue and all this and Rodeo Drive and Beverly Hills and all this. But we're also the poorest country in the world. Want to know why? The rich people stole all the money. And no, I'm not kidding. It's quite literally the cause. Zality. It is the cause. The rich people stole all the money, so we have Rodeo Drive and Beverly Hills and Fifth Avenue, but we also have the most starving children in the world. Why is this the case? Is it because they stole the money? Or is it because the people who are starving have some other color of skin? You think it's because those people who are starving have some other color of skin who don't want to help themselves or something like this? No, you're just a rich, white piece of shit, fiscal conservative racist, as usual, trying to run the world and try to run your little Hitler, Nazi, rich, white bullshit, right? But no, the actual truth is that we have the most hungry children in the fucking world despite being the richest country in the world. This is because the rich people steal money from children. Not literally quite, but from giant government programs and such. And, charging $14 for a meal, $2,000 for rent.
And on top of that, millions of parents.
Do you know how much a grocery meal costs now? It's like $5.50 or something like that. You know how much it was when I was a kid? 35 cents. I'm sorry. Well, no, it would be like $1.35. It'd be like $1.35. You could buy a loaf of bread. It would be like $2, something like that, right? It's like $2. It's like a loaf of bread, some mayonnaise, and some cheese and meat. It would have been like, it would have been like $2, right? Now it's like $9.50 in the space of 15 years. 15 years. A sandwich went from, not sandwich, but a loaf of bread, a bottle of mayonnaise, a thing of bologna and a thing of fucking American cheese, which don't eat American cheese, but I mean, it's cheap, right? That shit would have been, you know, about $2.70, something like that, right? What would it be now? $14.50. 14 fucking 50, something like that. The bread's gonna be $4. The mayonnaise is gonna be $5.50. The meat's gonna be $5.50, and the fucking cheese is gonna be $3.50. It's gonna be more than $14.50. It's gonna be like $18.50. So I came up on $2 sandwiches. Now you want $18 for sandwiches. I say fuck you. Do we kill you or do you relinquish? One or the other. I'm going to give you a choice. You can relinquish 3/4 of all that money that you fucking stockpile for no good goddamn reason for a rainy day that never comes, like the worthless fucking brain rot infection that is fiscal conservatism, right? They say that brain rot infection is wokeism. No, brain rot infection is the fiscal conservatives stuffing their bank accounts full of money while the entire fucking planet dies. And I'm not wrong either. That's what God would say. It's truth.
Cannot find affordable or quality
Thieves and
childcare.
veritable thieves in the temple. We built this temple to take care of the greater good. The thieves in the temple are stealing the money. You know, the Bible cliche is a proper one. We must get the what did Jesus do about the thieves in the temple, right? I think he takes their money. No, he banned them. He banned them. So I want to do, what would Jesus do with these piece of shit rich people who stole all this money? I wish they kicked them out of America. They don't have to die, but they can't keep their money and they can't stay here. It's like that bar thing. You don't have to go home. I'm sorry, you can't go home, but you don't have to stay here, right? We are gonna drive them out. We're gonna drive out the rich people who have stolen all the money that our children need to survive. We're going to drive them out. What would Jesus do? I can square this with the Republicans, the worthless piece of shit Christians that they are, right? I can square this with the worthless piece of shit Christians in this country that are goddamn dumb and the only book they've ever read is a fucking Bible. And yeah, I'm trying to piss you off. I absolutely am. Right? So, how can I get them to square them kicking all of the rich people out of this country, right? I say, what would Jesus do? I'm such a better politician than these worthless pieces of shit, except for Bernie. You know what I'm saying? So we asked the Republicans, what would Jesus do? We kick the thieves out of our fucking temple. We kick these people. We strip them of their money. We give them a nice ride to some fucking an island out there in the Atlantic Sea, and we make it American illegal for them to ever step foot in our country, or we give permission to our cops and our military to waste them on the spot. And we exile them. We exile these pieces of shit so they can go start some rich white fascist empire somewhere the fuck else. That's my solution to all of America's problems. America was always great, but it won't stay great if we don't do this. So yeah, we don't have to kill them. We just take all their money. We rob them like they robbed us. It's only fair. It's eye for an eye. And we drive them out. We just exile them to wherever the fuck else anybody else will accept them. But they can't be in America. What would Jesus do? Kick these rich people the fuck out, strip them of their titles, their money, their jobs, their property, give that back to the public and make sure every last kid in this fucking society has the best possible education they could possibly get, the best food that they can possibly get without preservatives. I mean, America's fat. That's because the rich people steal from us. It's gotta end. How the fuck do we stop all this? We exile the rich people the fuck out of the country. We don't have to kill them. My first suggestion was to chop off their hands and, chop off their arms, chop off their legs, and chop off their tongue. But I'm not Satan. I don't need to punish them. I just want to exile them. Let God sort them out. If God really wants them to be these rich piece of shit thieves that steal 9/10 of all the world's money to stuff in their bank accounts while we starve to death in the streets, then we're just gonna take all that and we're gonna exile you to some tiny island in blah blah, and we tell the entire fucking world that if anybody ever helps them or lets them ever attain touching American soil again, we kill them and anybody who helps them, and we exile them. That's what Jesus did. He kicked the thieves out of the temple. That's what we do. We exile these rich people. We take everything, all of their money. We give them a choice. You can stay, you can keep 100 million, and you can relinquish control over the lobby and stop poisoning the government, or you can leave with nothing and get exiled forever. And we give them an option. You can keep your money to the tune of 100 million, but you can't have any more than that. And we kick them the fuck out. I believe I'm the only goddamn American who's even remotely talked about a solution since the election day. I really feel pretty bad about the way things are going. Solutions are not being talked about. What would Jesus do? He would kick the thieves out of the temple. We kick these thieves out of our country. We kick every last person who has more than $100 million out of our country. They've got more than $100 million. They'll do just fine. No, they won't. No, they won't. We're going to let them leave with $100 million, but we kick them the fuck out of the country. Anybody who's stayed in America longer than 10 years and has more than $100 million, I want to exile you out of my country. You are thieves in our temple. You have sat there and you have willingly stacked that money to the point where none of us can eat anymore. I want you out of our country.
Serve them based upon their victimization and not on their documentation.
I don't care if you think of it's anti-rich or some new form of discrimination. Yeah, my discrimination, I come by it honestly because all of the problems I've ever faced in my life are because of the 1%. All of them. Even when the dumb idiot tried to kill me, that's because his education was worthless and the poverty has gotten so bad that he'd rather do drugs than think. Even that still did boil down to the 1%. It's fucking shitty. The reason we have dumb shit happening is because we have dumb shit people because the rich people stole all the money from the education system. This is true.
And that's one thing I will continue to do.
Protect the victim. Thank you, Mr. Aurora Police Chief. I believe we have put the right man in the right place. And I think you do equitably represent Colorado very well. And be you right wing, be you left wing, I cherish that you're there to handle this goddamn mess. And I'm sorry that you have to deal with this goddamn mess. And I feel some shame that you do.
Need to make
changes
childcare available for all.
Yep.
Mr. President.
I mean, what does a diaper cost? That's like war profiteering. What does a diaper cost? That is literally like profiteering off of women rearing children. That is insane. What do the diapers and the bottles cost? That's insane. You know, or baby formula. That's insane. That shit should be 10 cents. I'm dead serious. Baby formula, diapers, baby powder, baby oil. And shout out to Johnson & Johnson's. I know you'll never do this, but I understand. That shit should be 10 cents, motherfucker, like it was for 100 years. You know, go on up into the wall. I don't want fop. I'm a Dapper Dan man. You know, since the Walgreens in 1890, diapers, baby powder, baby oil, and all the shit to take care of babies has been like 10 cents. Now it's 95 fucking dollars. That is war profiteering over the rearing of our children. It is sexist towards women, and it is fucking terrible. Fuck Johnson's & Johnson's. And they're gonna say it's just the market. It's just the market. No, you decided this. You did this. And we want to kick you out of the country for it. We want to exile you. You've been stealing. We want you out of the community, or you'll teach other people to steal. My first solution was we can't have them infecting the brains of other people with their weird, rich, fiscal conservative, right-wing, fucking rich person fucking attitudes, right? I'd like the conservative mind virus, which is greed, right? It's greed. It literally is greed. It causes them to turn into Hitlers and stuff. It's greed. And I think I kind of want to chop off your tongue, chop off your arms, and chop off your legs before you walk somewhere else. Use your arms to sign some other fucking contract to sell out your own fucking people or infect some other thief with the thieves in the temple disease with your mouth. So I want to chop off your tongue. I'm not some sicko who likes the idea of chopping off tongues and legs and arms and stuff. I'm a leader who is looking at a possible punishment for the amount of thievery that you have committed in the temple. And I kind of want to prevent you from infecting anybody else with your words. So I want to chop off your tongue. I kind of want to prevent you from signing any more contracts to sell out your own people, so I'm going to chop off your arms. And I definitely don't want you walking anywhere else so you can infect them with your tongue or your arms. And so honestly, at that point, why make a quadriplegic out of you? I'd just rather exile you. I don't want you in this community, Elon Musk. I don't want you in this community. Stay the fuck out. Stay out. America was great before the oligarchs came. Get the fuck out. Take your money somewhere the fuck else. See this? It means not welcome, Richer. How's it feel? Getting what you gave for 500 years or 5,000 years or 500,000 years. How's it feel to get treated like you're the outsider, you worthless piece of shit cocksucking Richer? I hope you hang.
In America today, unbelievably, in my
Hope you get lynch mobbed.
25% of senior citizens in our country
You've been stealing too
are
much.
trying to survive.
You've been stacking that billions and trillions with your fucking conglomerates and all that stuff. So what? So your bank accounts can gather dust? So you can take care of a rainy day when it never happens? Nah, just fucking let the fucking mankind actually grow so we can go to the stars and get the fuck away from you, piece of shit, worthless white Christian fucking fiscal conservative Republican cocksuckers. We really need to get the fuck away from you, but we can't. You stole all the money. That's why you probably stole all the money. And I'm not fooled. Everybody else in the entire world is fooled. I am not fooled, and I will fight you. Or you can just shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street like you do everybody else. I know what's going to happen in the end.
On $15,000 a year or less. $15,000 a year. I don't know how anybody in America, no matter where you live, let alone if you are a senior citizen with additional health care and other needs, I don't know how anybody survives on $15,000. We need to expand Social Security benefits.
I do it all the time.
By lifting the cap.
I don't know how I do it, but I do it. I know how I do it. I get fat eating crappy Wonder Bread, cheap ass fucking knockoff Kirkland brand mayonnaise, shitty ass bologna or whatever I can get, fucking, you know, honey baked ham or whatever, right? And a bag of cheap chips. And I ate sandwiches and chips every meal for 20 years because it was like $2.75 and then $3.75 and then $4.75 and then $5.75. But you could get like 12 meals out of it, you know. Ramen's a good way to do it. Become fat off ramen. That's a good way to get around 15 grand a year.
Income.
7 grand a year like me. My parents get twice what I get.
So that every senior in this country can...
Now, I don't know why we ever started handing out money in the first fucking place. It's because you guys stole it all. So now you have to literally create, in order to fix all the problems you stealing the money caused, you literally give the money back to us like reparations. It's literally crazy. I view welfare and COVID relief and PUA and pandemic unassistance relief and all this other stuff. I consider that you making reparations for stealing all of our money. So I don't feel guilty when I take it. You call us social leeches. I'd say, fine, then end the program then if you don't like it. My main thing is that why would we need the program if you hadn't stole all the money, you worthless piece of shit oligarch cocksuckers? I mean, I'm serious. Like, why would we need this money that you give us all the time if there was still money in the world for us to make? But I mean, you stole it all. It's all in your bank account now. Am I wrong? No, not wrong about any of this. No. Fuck Elon Musk and his stupid rich ass. You know what I'm saying? Fuck him. I'll take those billions and trillions from him and I'll save my people. Goddamn worthless ass piece of shit thief in the temple. Just like all the people who follow him. Not all the people, but some of the people.
Retire with dignity and security. And Mr. President, those are just a few of the things that, in my view, we should be doing in Congress. If we are representing the needs of all Americans and not just wealthy campaign contributors and the top 1%. But tonight I want to say a few words about something that we should not be doing. And that is, in the coming days, with almost no debate, we should not be passing the National Defense Authorization Act, which provides some $900 billion for the Department of Defense, a little bit less than that, $895.2 billion. And when spending on nuclear weapons and emergency defense funding is included, the United States will spend this year close to $1 trillion on the military. $1 trillion on the military, and a few blocks away from here, people are sleeping out on the streets. Mr. President, while middle class and working class families are struggling to survive, we supposedly just don't have the financial resources to help them.
Supposedly. We can't afford it. Yeah, right. We're so rich. If we can't afford it, it's because all of the money's in your bank account instead of the government's bank account, you fucking thieves.
Cannot afford to provide quality.
Like, we take a lot of money from the American public every year for taxes. That's what I'm talking about. People seem to think that it's evil that the government gets money from us. But no, all of this money, I want to take it from the fucking rich people, cap them at 100 million, and take all of that fucking war profiteering money that they steal from us. They get that money from us. They steal from us. They don't steal from other people. They steal from us the way that the Venezuelans steal from their own people. It's disgusting. It's the same exact behavior. If you're going to steal money, go do it from foreign countries. Don't do it from Americans. Don't hurt Americans.
Healthcare to our kids, or to support public education.
Like, don't do, like, you know, like, if you're gonna do some bad acting, do it to someone else, piece of shit, rich white people. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Healthcare to all. Just can't afford to do that. But when the military-industrial complex and all of their well-paid lobbyists come marching in to Capitol Hill, somehow or enough, there is more than enough.
I like Bernie's sense of drama, because all it is facts. He just drops the facts and gets angry. I get angry too. I'm like, I can't believe you guys do this to our own government. Get him the fuck out of here. It's time for exile. What would Jesus do? He would kick the thieves out of the temple. I'm not a biblical man either. I'm quoting scripture for the other side of this country who has low IQs, bad educations, and likes churches and Bibles more than logic and stuff, because the rich people stole all the money from the education system. You can be a good, smart Christian with a really good education. It is possible, but not in America, because the rich people stole all the money. You're going to be a dumb, dumb Christian. So I use the biblical thing for the dumb people to understand, very much so on purpose. For our southern, dumber people who grew up on the Bible and no books, you know, TV, movies, video games and all that, right? Yeah, that's stupid. It was incredibly, fatally dangerous, and it was killing America. So now we're going to take all the money from the rich people, cap them at 100 million, or ask them to leave, one or the other. And we can take it all and kick you out, or you can willingly take the 100 million cap, right? And we're gonna force them to come to the water and work with us and stuff. They can make all that money if they want, but they can't sit with more than $100 million in like ever. They can't. There's nothing they can buy with that much money that shouldn't be bought by a government. Governments should be buying space shuttles. You know what I'm saying? Not fucking oligarchs. Because you know what the oligarchs going to do? They're going to go up to the stars. They're going to set up hotels and bullshit up there, and they're going to turn the stars into Park Place and Boardwalk. I'm using idiot fucking metaphors for the other side, because they've been hurt by the education system being stolen from, and the PMC stealing from us the most.
To provide them with virtually everything that they need.
The PMCs have to go. That's another thing that needs to be exiled. I don't want any American PMCs. I don't want private military corporations. I believe that should be illegalized. Military is a governmental operation. If a military operation goes private, you have what's called a posse. Somebody who's acting outside of governmental action, a posse comitatus, a gang. You have a gang. And so the PMCs that sell us our guns and our missiles and our bombs and charge us 10, 100 times what they're worth, they have to go. They're worse gangs than I trust Pablo Escobar more than I do Black, whatever they're called. Is it Blackwater? I think. Is it Blackwater? I'm sorry, there's so many of them. Yeah, is it Blackwater? Yeah, it's Blackwater, yeah. I trust. I absolutely do. And I one day hope to meet Pablo Escobar if he's still alive. Did they kill him? Is Escobar alive? I respect a dirty cocaine dealer so much fucking more than Blackwater. It is insane. I do. This man, he was. Oh wow, yeah, he did die. He did die. Yeah, he's dead, huh? Did he? Is he alive? Oh my God, Escobar! Oh no, he died to a gunshot wound to the head. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. So they will never catch me in the great fucking life, and that from the jungle I will order them all to be killed, and in the long run, the ones who will lose will be them. It's true too, because the rich white people try to lean on him. And so this sounds like a crazy man, but no, when you understand the actual context, rich white people like Elon Musk try to lean on him all of his life. So this is his death claim. He's like, that they will never catch me in the great fucking life. And then from the jungle, I will order them all to be killed. And in the long run, the ones who will lose will be them. Because all he's trying to do is make sure that his family can eat. They leaned on him like he had done something evil because we buy cocaine from him. We shouldn't have bought cocaine from him. We constantly point the finger at other people because we're racist for the problems that we cause. And I'm fucking sick of that. We must take some self-responsibility now.
The military and
I trust Pablo Escobar. I trust MS-13 so much more than Blackwater. Blackwater is hurting us so much more. So much more. They are fucking us on weapons contracts so much worse. It's insane. When you would prefer MS-13 over the legal organization, PMCs must be abolished. They are gangs.
industrial complex speaks, and Congress
The UN should abolish PMCs.
responds.
I talk solutions for all the world's problems. You people talk money, because that's all you can think of. That's all that matters to you is money. That's it.
Of that nearly
I talk about abolishing the thieves out of the fucking temple. Like a good priest or whatever, you know?
$1 trillion that will be voted on in the next few days. About half will go to a handful of hugely profitable defense contractors.
If you let these Satans steal this money, we will have Satan for a long time. You must shout at the devil. You must kick the thieves of in the temple the fuck out. What would Jesus do? Now, I don't like using these biblical fucking examples. I can feel myself dumbing myself down for a lower IQ audience all the time because the rich people stole all the money in the education system. I went to a school that was not affected by the rich people, so I'm giving you all these crazy concepts that are really not hard for me to fucking do because I got a good education, you know, you didn't. You didn't. And not people like Bernie, but these people, the people behind Bernie are at fault.
Accounts for about
They are why you are so dumb, and you are a tablet generation, and you have no money, and you're not going to buy a house. You're going to live with your parents your whole life. And the reason that happens is because you just dumbly yell at me and troll me with your fucking time instead of actually paying attention and understanding who's actually causing all the problems in the country. The rich people like Trump.
2/3 of all federal contracting, obligating more money.
Most, not all, but most of them fiscal conservative. Not all. I'd say 86% something. What do I know? I'm just quoting out some crazy statistic, and I'm very honest about that. But I believe it is like 86% of the world's trillionaires are conservative. Let's go look. How many trillionaire? What are the politics of trillionaires? You're gonna see fiscal conservative. Should America have trillionaires? The answer is no. We're fast approaching the area of the trillionaire, and that's just disgusting. That is like you have the entire town's bank in your pocket, and you won't open your pocket. We'll need a lot of political work to buck the oligarchs and their entourages of lobbyists and $1,000 an hour tax lawyers. Yeah, and so we definitely... What percentage of billionaires are conservative. Yeah, how do you vote when you're a billionaire, right? Oof. 43 red, 33 blue. And 35% of them don't vote at all because they're terrified of supporting the right. But yeah, at least 50% of the people that are killing us are absolutely Republicans. At least 50%. And these are the billionaires that set all the fucking standards and all this. The trillionaires don't have to do anything. They're so rich. They just sit around and spend money all day. The billionaires actually have to, like, do stuff in the world.
Than all civilian federal agencies combined. Yet the Pentagon remains the only major federal agency that cannot pass an independent audit. The Department of Defense still cannot accurately account for their finances more.
Yep, one of the things is the people in the government have just been pocketing the money. And we know this because we constantly audit them, and they come up like 50% short. They just full-blown take that money, government shit, and they embezzle it. The people in our government. We know that trillions of dollars are missing because the people up there, they're stealing. They're thieves in the temple. Trump is a thief in the temple.
30 years after Congress made it a requirement.
We know this. For 30 years, we've been auditing the Pentagon, and we know that they just full-blown steal trillions of dollars. There's like a fucking embezzling ring up in the center of the goddamn thing, and every year they come up short. They come up like 30% short, and we're like, what the fuck? This is $1 trillion. This is $1 trillion. What do you mean you're short? And then they're like, woo, and they go searching through the paperwork, and they can't find anything.
Federal law.
Of course, because it's theft. They hid their tracks.
Recent failed audit attempt, the Department of Defense still could not fully account for huge portions.
Yeah, the DOD has lost like hundreds of billions of dollars. I forgot all about this, but yeah, these thieves, they're just full-blown stealing this war chest. You guys want this war chest. I don't really understand it because the only thing that happens to the war chest is the rich people steal it. That's it. That's they're like, we don't want the war chest. We know that it's worthless because everybody's got their fucking hands in it so much that the cookie jar is empty. I don't want that war chest. I don't want a big stack of money on the fucking counter that the entire family is stealing. I don't want it there. I don't want it there.
Of its more.
We can put a cookie jar with some money on the counter if Russia drops a bomb on us or something. But until then, I don't want the cookie jar anymore. You guys just steal from it.
Then $4 trillion.
Yeah, $4 trillion is gone. $4 trillion these rich white Republican pieces of shit have stolen. At least 50% of them are red. At least, you know what I'm saying?
The GAO, the Government Accountability Office, reports that the Defense Department...
At the very least, it's 50. 50 is a low estimate. We're looking at mostly fiscal conservatives who just don't believe in the world having money. They want it. Like Trump.
Cannot accurately post transactions.
And the problem is, like, you can make this argument that why would anybody ever get help? This is a dog-eat-dog world and all this stuff. But no, when you enable somebody to have a business in a country like this, they take protection from the army, leadership from the government, community from the public, maybe a church, maybe property. They take up space, they add to the footprint, they create more carbon, they do all this stuff, and it's like this handshake that they have with their government. And the one thing that we really don't want you doing is hoarding and stockpiling billions and trillions of dollars while some of us starve in the fucking streets. And because when you take the protection of your fucking community, you must reciprocate. Especially if you have $1 trillion.
To the correct accounts each year, auditors find
tipping is not every rich person that fucks us like this. They all say, "Oh, tipping is evil and we should abolish it." Yeah, because you don't tip anybody. You don't ever pay for anything. How did you get rich? You don't pay for anything.
Dollars.
You're a thief who retired.
The Pentagon didn't even know it had.
How did you get more than one man could ever earn in one lifetime? It's because you stole it from other people.
Fiscal year 2022, Navy auditors found $4.4 billion in untracked inventory. They just lost it. Hey,
They just lost it. It's gone.
$4 billion
It's gone.
of
And it's gone.
when you got $1 trillion.
They just lost it. $4 trillion. It's just totally, completely poof gone. Oh, man, I love this government, man. They just misplaced $4 trillion over the last 30 years or whatever. And you're just like, oh, you misplaced it, you did, huh? Could it be all of those NDAs you signed over Jeffrey?
To play with. So, Mr. President, I don't often agree with Elon Musk. I agree with him very, very rarely. But he is right when he says the Pentagon, and I quote, has little idea
How to run a
its
country.
annual budget of
Yep.
more than $800 billion is spent, end quote. That's Musk.
Yeah, so okay, $3-4 trillion goes missing is what we know is gone. Do you understand that the Pentagon actually stole and embezzled like 5 years worth of money? And this is what we know. These people who have taken over our government, they are the thieves in the temple. They must be exiled. We have to do what they did to Haile Selassie. We have to kick them out of our country. We do. We need to exile anybody who has more than $100 million, right? We kick them out with their $100 million, right? And the whole world can't yell at us because we don't hurt them. We don't do anything to them. We just take all their money except for $100 million. We just freeze their bank accounts. We just take all their money except for $100 million. And we kick their ass to the curb and we say, you and nobody from your family can ever enter America again. And they'll learn not to steal from their fellow Americans. That's what has to happen.
President, the inability to track taxpayer dollars has allowed within the Defense Department massive fraud, massive amounts of waste, and unbelievable amounts of cost overruns.
I am the living example. When I had enough money, which was $7,000 to live, and enough time, I saved up for 4 years, and I had enough time to save up all of that money while I was in the system and in the madhouse. I saved up that money for 4 years that they were helping me with when I was the worst, most lowest member of society. And I bought this house, this fifth wheel, and then I have been living off that $7,000 since. Now I have the kind of life that people dream of, even though it is $7,000. You know, it doesn't matter. I still have the kind of life that people dream of, and it goes to show that you don't need to steal all this money. If America was to get a little bit of help, they can really turn this around. If every American were to get just the money that Donald Trump fucking cheated on his taxes on, which is north of $65 million, honestly, if we were to actually prosecute Trump for the amount of taxes that he has dodged, it would be like another $65 million into the public's coffer, you know, if not more. And probably all the lawyers who helped him do it too. We would take their tax money too, because they're probably stealing tax money too. And so then we take all that money, right? And we give every single fucking American in the lower and the middle class $10,000. And then we become, you know, who we were 50 years ago. They buy a car. They pay 6 months rent. They sober up like I did. They go back to the workplace, which I didn't do because the government wanted me to take disability. When the government gave me help for being on the streets during COVID risk when I was, when I was a victim of an attempted murder, the government stepped in and they were like, we want you to see doctors and stuff, and we're going to give you a case manager, and that case manager is going to be replaced by the Mental Health Center of Denver case manager, and they're going to make sure that you have a place to live for 2 years. And we believe that the government doctors believed that I was savable and that they could help me, and that I was at the largest risk that anybody could be at. And so that they, a homeless crackhead on the fucking streets who was a victim of an attempted murder is about as low as you can kind of get. It's like somebody came and tried to beat the bum to death, you know? It's kind of fucked up. The government freaks out when that happens, and the police freaked out when it happened. And so they contacted the Mental Health Center of Denver that day when they came to kick me out of my squat. And they're like, "You are at risk, sir." And they're like, "We're taking you to a motel for 3 weeks." And my mother yesterday brought this up, and she was like, "This is what needs to happen for the homeless people in this country, but we don't have the money because the rich people stole it all." And this is my mother saying this. It's insane. It's
Defense contractors routinely
she's Bernie's age.
overcharge the Pentagon by 40%. and sometimes much higher than that. For example, just one example, in October, a few months ago, RTX, formerly Raytheon, was fined $950 million for inflating bills to the Department of Defense as they lied about labor and material costs and as they paid bribes to secure foreign business. They were fined $950
Gotta text somebody.
million.
Sorry, give me
In
just a sec.
June, Lockheed Martin was fined $70 million for overcharging the Navy for aircraft parts, the latest in a long line of similar abuses. The F-35, the most expensive weapon system in history, has run up hundreds of billions of dollars in cost overruns. GAO now estimates that it will cost more than $2 trillion to develop, maintain, and operate this fighter jet through its lifetime. Mr. President, today, as a result of massive consolidation in the defense industry, a large portion of the Pentagon budget now goes to just a handful of huge defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, RTX, formerly Raytheon, General Dynamics, and Northrop Grumman. That consolidation has been extremely profitable for the industry. Since 2022, these four contractors have brought in over $600 billion in revenues, including $353 billion in U.S. taxpayer funds, and recorded $57 billion in profits. During that same period, they have spent $61 billion on dividends and stock buybacks to make their wealthy shareholders even wealthier. That's
Shabu
just
you.
four companies over less
Shab you.
than 3 years, taking $353 billion in taxpayer money and handing $61 billion back to wealthy shareholders. Mr. President, it is worthwhile listening to what Navy Secretary Carlos Del Toro said earlier this year to a defense industry convention. This is the Secretary of the Navy. Quote, many of you, speaking to defense contractors, many of you are making record profits as evidenced by your quarterly financial statements. You can't be asking for the American taxpayer to make greater public investments while you continue to goose your stock prices through stock buybacks and other accounting maneuvers. That's the United States Secretary of Navy. And he is quite right. Mr. President, it is not only fraud and cost overruns that drive up military spending. The major defense contractors also provide their CEOs with exorbitant compensation packages. In the last 3 years, for which information is available, the top four defense companies paid their CEOs more than $257 million combined. These companies are all significantly reliant on the U.S. taxpayer, yet they pay their CEOs about 100 times more than the Secretary of Defense receives. CEOs, defense industry, receive more than 100 times greater compensation.
He's jealous
than
of their
the US
money.
Secretary of Defense,
He's
500 times.
Bernie's jealous of their money. It's hilarious. He's like, God damn it, we make a pittance, and we have like 10 times the responsibility you have, and we work for the public, and we make like 1/100th of what you make, and it pisses me off. And that money, yeah, it's kind of sucks that they do make that much money, because what do they do?
More than the average.
They have like an office infrastructure, or what do they call this? An executive infrastructure. They don't really have anything. They have leadership, but that's about it. They don't actually add anything to the fucking like leadership shouldn't ever be paid, kind of.
Service member.
Wow.
Now, how does that happen? How does it happen that the Defense Department can't pass an audit?
Yeah, what?
That everyone
Thieves, because we don't do anything to them. We don't actually fucking prosecute rich people. It has to start happening. We got to prosecute them for this thievery.
of the the major defense contractors.
This is what the Democrats thought that the country wanted. They're like, we're gonna vote for Kamala, the best prosecutor on the West Coast, and she's gonna go after Trump and all the criminals. But nah, the entire country was like, nah, Trump.
Paying fines for
We want the criminal, the convicted rapist, the convicted, the convicted tax cheat, the convicted. I mean, seriously,
fraud. How does
33 felonies.
it happen that we have massive
He lied under oath. I mean, come on now. One thing you can say about Kamala, I doubt she ever lied under oath.
cost overruns, and yet we give the military-industrial complex pretty much what they want? And by the way,
Unless they told her to.
there'll be virtually no debate on that issue here on the
Which
floor.
is a possibility.
It's only $1 trillion. Hey, what's $1 trillion among friends? People sleeping out on the street. People can't afford health care. Children going hungry. Elderly people can't afford to heat their homes. We got $1 trillion. No questions asked for the military-industrial complex. So how does all of this happen? And I think most Americans now know the answer, and it ain't complicated. These companies, just like the drug companies, just like the insurance companies, just like Wall Street and the big banks, just like the fossil fuel industry.
Yeah, they're all these shitheads.
They
They all do this shit. They're all the good old boys. They've been fucking up every single industry that they can get their goddamn hands on. Raping every child. They're Satan's men. Republican Party. They're Satan's army. They rape every child. They steal every dollar. They corrupt every industry. They destroy the government. They send us to war all the time. They drop the nuclear bomb without our permission. They take us to war when we don't want to go. They bring us to places we shouldn't be, like Vietnam. They control every industry that matters. They kill the world.
millions and millions of dollars on campaign contributions and lobbying. In the recent election
they spend
cycle,
like $5 trillion a year on lobbying, which, if you really think about it, that's like paying somebody to listen to you. That's it. That's all it is. They spend $5 trillion of American money every year on paying pieces of shit in our government to listen to them and only them. It's the most crooked, fucked up, most Satan-spawned shit I have ever heard of in my entire life. It's Trump's murder and rape. It's something like 10 times worse than it. It is the worst corruption that's ever happened to anybody, and it's America. It fucking sucks. The rich people of the world pay the government to only listen to them. That's it. It has to stop.
one we just came through.
We must exile them and prevent all communication.
Defense contractors.
It's what we do to foreign despot tyrants who take over our countries. It's what we do when a dictator goes crazy in their own country. It's what we must do to these shithead one percenters. If you have more than $100 million before January 1st, 2025, I'm going to give you an option. You can either get exiled and take nothing, or you can stay here and give the remainder of it to the government.
Spent nearly $251.
The government will be forced to spend that money on everything but the military. Food, road, hospitals, shelter, education, research, the environment. I mean, all that stuff. All the stuff that is required to run a normal civilization. Not war.
$1 million.
Not stealing. Not paying lobbies to listen. Or sorry, not lobbies paying our politicians to fucking listen. That's not what this money should have been spent on. Not at all. Not at all. Let's take on the greed of the food and beverage industry, right? But let's hear what else he has to say. But let's take on the greed of the food and beverage industry and charging $15 for a meal. And how that's killing America. It's fun to see. He calls himself a social democrat because he invented social democrat in America, technically. But I mean, really, he's a progressive. He's somebody who's hardline and conservative about saving the fucking country and the future of the country and money and all that. Or he wouldn't be bitching about money. And he knows, like me, that it's a crying shame how much these fucking shitheads steal from us. It's insane. It's disgusting. And we know they do it too. It's like we live in an apartment complex with us and we come home with our paycheck and they steal 9/10 of it. It's actually insane. It's kind of like that sort of metaphor. It's actually kind of insane.
on lobbying.
And so, and that can't go on forever. Sooner or later, we're gonna have to kick them out of the apartment. It's got to actually be like that. I like using house metaphors, you know, because it helps with the problem that the 1% caused, which is the lack of education system quality.
Contributed almost 37
You know, inner city schools is one of the big sins that these shitheads committed. They cut all the money and they ran off with it.
million to political candidates.
They didn't convince the taxpayers in the way that they needed to that the schools were important. And they didn't take care of the teachers. Teachers should be making $100,000 a year, and they should really care about their fucking job. And woke should have never infected the schools because the teachers should have been paid so much that they shouldn't care. But the teachers are overlogged and so miserable and so overworked and so unhappy that they don't care, and so poor that they don't care what the government does. They don't care what people do with teachers. They don't care what happens to the kids, and they don't care what happens to them because they know that it's a lost situation currently. The education system is a fucking disaster. You can go to an inner city school and you can see it firsthand. It's not, I mean, you can't go to a school, but you can like watch videos about inner city schools and understand. You can go see the school boards talking about it. And so this problem is not one that can abide. The rich people stealing money, that can't happen. We've got many more problems than that too. We have all the original problems, which is, you know, a strife abroad and at seas and overseas. I'm sorry, strife at home and abroad and overseas. And we have genocidal maniacs killing people. We have oil wars and oil proxy wars. We have misery in Africa. We have misery in Venezuela. We have misery in Haiti. We have misery in places that have been infected by storms. And we have problems all over the world. And notice that I keep saying we, because it is we. If we don't help them, we will suffer. This is how mankind and the human race works, and this is how symbiotic relationships work. If we help them, they come back and they look out for us when we need help.
And surprise.
This is why we cannot kick Venezuelans out for being desperate when they're poor.
Surprise. Aren't we all shocked?
When we were desperate and poor, we dropped the nuclear bomb to stop the war. That's why we dropped it. One of the reasons. Racism was the main reason. Second one is, you know, backroom wheeling and dealing. It's our government kibbutzing with the Japanese. And the third one is, you know, we were poor. We couldn't afford a war anymore. We were poor. We couldn't afford a war anymore. You know, and so we just bombed the Japanese and just scared the shit out of the known world. And then did D-Day with one last push with the last of our money. And we made a fatal fucking daggerfall stab at motherfucking Hitler. And we did it. Thank God. And how do we do this? Our greatest enemy, Russia. How are we able to win World War II? Our greatest enemy. I'm sorry, I forgot to put the air quotes. Our greatest, you know, I'll do it for Putin, right? Our greatest enemy, Russia.
That they end up getting.
Russia and America were the only people left in the world with the fucking desire to stop Hitler. So we just squashed him. We're like a fucking vice press, and we came from the east and the west, and we just squeezed him into that little bunker as he fought a two-side fucking bifurcated war. They shouldn't have been fighting. He was too dumb, though. It's what happens when a really dumb person who doesn't read books takes over, you know, governmental positions. It's really a bad thing. Hitler is an example of the potential of an uneducated leader. He was not a genius. He was not a book smart man. He was an idiot like Trump. And what happened because of it is very clear.
What they want with almost no debate.
He was also coddled for like the last 50 years of his life or whatever, like the last 26 years of his life or something like that. He only lived to be like whatever it was, like 60 or something like that. How old was Hitler when he died? 56. Yeah, did I say 60? I was like 4 years off. Yeah, so he was like 60 years old when he died. But remember, between 31 and 1946, like the last 16 years of his life or something like that, he was the leader of Germany. He had 3 square meals of fucking, Dom Perignon and fucking and steak and fucking, expensive ass rich people food and shit for 3 straight meals for the last 16 to 20 years of his life. He lived high on the hog. And he didn't have to show up to work until like 2 in the afternoon like me. He lived high off the fucking hog, definitely. And like, and for like 15 years it was like that too. And so understand, that's the real reason probably why he did what he did. I'm fairly certain of it. He knew that if you rabble up the country and take over the motherfucker, you can get 3 square nice meals a day and all the respect and all the women and all the power, and they name their cities after you and all this stuff. That's really why they do all this. You might think Bernie has all the world's best interests at heart and America's best interests at heart, and he does. But no, he's out for Bernie. It sucks, but it's true. He's a politician. He's out for Bernie, just like all the rest. But he's honest about it, so I respect him more.
Mr. President, the waste and fraud in the defense industry...
He would be hurt by what I just said, but it is true. He is a politician. He knows, as I do, that he represents a power structure that protects people. So, for the people of New Hampshire or whoever it is that he represents in the caucus and all that, or the Senate, he has a due diligence to those fucking people that makes him a selfish man. And that's okay. He's honest about it.
It's not just, interestingly enough, costing American taxpayers huge amounts of money. It is also costing lives. So let me tell you what I mean by that. Take a look at the war in Ukraine. The U.S. is providing tens and tens of billions of dollars to help defend Ukraine from Putin's horrific invasion.
I'm scared of becoming a political streamer because I know I could just sit back on my motherfucking fat Rush Limbaugh ass and just bitch for the rest of my fucking life. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep games on my motherfucking stream the entire time. This was a gamer stream when it started. But I mean, like, it morphed into like a half political, half media, half pop culture. I think this is what happens to good streamers. They can't stay in one pond. I have my fucking fingers in too many pies, which is why my viewership is garbage, because the gamers don't want to hear politics, and the politics don't want to see games, and the music don't want to see games, and the music don't want to see politics, and the politics don't want to see music, and the politics don't want to see games, and I have like 3 main interests that I do on my stream every single fucking day. None of them are compatible. None of them are easy to break into. None of them are very easy to become famous for, and all this stuff, right? So I'm scared of just becoming complacent in my job and living my life like Rush Limbaugh and just sitting there and bitching all day for some kind of Savage Nation thing. I don't want that. I will keep games on the stream and they will always be the main focus, but I will pay attention to what is happening in the real world because I'm scared they're going to come kick my door in. My stepfather's scared they're going to come take his guns away. I'm more scared they're going to come kick my door in because I smoked drugs one time. What's to stop them from doing that? They can be like, you got a bunch of deferred adjudicated felonies. Well, those aren't deferred anymore. That's my real fear with them. So I just watch what they do all the time.
Of that country. Despite their record-breaking...
I think that's why they did deferred felonies. If you really want to know what my fear is with the government, I think they did a bunch of deferred felonies for about 3 million people or something like that. And I think they did this so that they can maintain control over us when they have to fight the other country. And so if the rich people have to fight the poor people, right, they have to buy serfs to do it. And so one of the ways they can do that is they can conscript a 3 million man strong army, just revoke the deferred felony and take me back to jail again and then force me to fight their war for them. And now, I'm not trying to paint some fucking picture for them. This is the language in the Patriot Act. It's the sort of thing that that's not the Patriot Act, but well, yeah, some of the Patriot Act, but definitely Project 2025, right? This is the sort of language that they use in Patriot Act or Project 2025. They can always revoke citizenship. That's the main thing that I'm talking about. You might think that it's some funny thing about fucking felons and only felons over, but no, I'm talking about something far, far, far more insidious that affects us all, which is revoking citizenship unless you fight for the rich people in their fucking civil war against the people trying to take their money. And so understand, I get scared of weird, crazy, like Mario Vassar type Terminator 2 type dystopian realities in the future where they revoke my deferred status from my felonies from 20 years ago, and they just conscript me into a rich man's army where they force me to kill my fucking best friends. And I'm terrified of this shit. You know, I'm nuts like George Orwell. I can dream up some crazy ass shit like 1984 because they've done it to me. They've done it to me.
Profits.
They filed 7 false assault charges against me. I have the paperwork in my drawer. I'm like that guy KC on the fucking show, Tupelo Kings. This shit's real. This is Skycatlive, and I approve of this message. I'm going to put it on my fucking Twitch. I don't care. This is Skycatlive, and I approve of this message.
Many defense contractors said that they couldn't ramp up production of key weapons without more taxpayer support.
No, I'm going to leave it.
So
it's like a marquee. It reads like a marquee. Skycatlive in the MMO lifestyle. I can see it with stars and lights in my head as I jack off to my own face on a giant billboard poster that's 55 miles by 55 miles square.
Wanted to support with my vote. Ukraine.
The whole northern hemisphere can see my face. It's a 55-mile painting of my face. Remember me, and I breathe fire, and the fire comes streaking down from the sky, and it scorches the peasants who haven't become serfs yet. It's fire that turns peasants into serfs. Sorry, I like making fun of right-wingers. I do. I really like making fun of right-wingers. I like making fun of masturbatory fantasies that right-wingers might have. Like, what if guns had boobs and vaginas and they kissed? What if guns had boobs and vaginas and they kissed, you know? What if guns were women? Wouldn't that be amazing? You could fuck guns. I know how to talk to right-wingers. It's hilarious.
Against Putin's invasion. Ukraine needs weapons.
I love guns. I love women. What if I could fuck my gun? Oh my god, it's the right-wing piece of shit, fiscal conservative, fucking fascist greatest dream. Fucking my own assault rifle. Put my penis in that fucking big old barrel and just start fucking it. Oh my god, I love my AK. I just want to put my penis in the hole of the AK. Oh, I identify as somebody who really likes guns. You know, Apache helicopters too, but I identify as somebody who really loves guns, and I stick my penis in that really tiny hole every night. Because I'm a Republican and I have a small penis. No, I'm not a Republican. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not. I'm not a Republican, no, but Republicans have small penises.
The weapons we need to ramp up production. We need more federal aid. And so, as part of that process, Congress repeatedly appropriated emergency funding with roughly...
See, I don't care who I piss off because I pissed off everybody in the world already, and they already tried to destroy me 7 times. And it's like I'm Jason in the Argonaut. I'm sorry, what is it? No, it's Jason in the Huguenots, right? And I'm coming back after my 7-year fucking exile and all the torture in the jail and the fucking bullshit over drugs and the terrorization of my ex-girlfriend and the attempted murder and all the stuff that all the people of all the society did to me. And I think about the 7 years, and I'm getting towards home again. And I'm like, no, I don't care what you do to me. You've already done it. You've exiled me from my fucking land. You've chased me all my life for drugs. You've tortured and terrified like me or the people that I've loved. You've kept me in poverty my entire fucking life by just never ever paying me any actual money, you know, which is a valid strategy for staying rich and for me staying poor. Yeah, I would say. And, you know, and all this other stuff. And so I'm getting towards home, and I don't care what cannons you fire at my ship. I don't care. I'll fight you at my front door. I don't care. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you think. I don't care what your ideals are. I don't care what you say about what I think. I have been fucked in the ass every day of my fucking life by this piece of shit culture for so fucking long that I don't care what anybody thinks. I'll fight you physically at the door. I'll accept the bullet as it's fired by a high-powered rifle from across the street. Or I'm shot by some nut who watches my stream every day, or whatever the fuck happens, right? It doesn't matter what happens, whether it's the government or some nut. It doesn't matter who I piss off. I don't care. My life's not been worth living. There's nothing you can do. My life's not been worth living. So, but I live it because I have this dream that I'm going to reach home one day and they exile all the rich people who fucking destroyed me. Destroyed my life, tortured everybody I knew, threw everybody I knew in jail. You know, it starts to sound kind of biblical. Like I have a country or a land that has been fucking like persecuted. It's insane. You kind of did persecute the lower class. You persecuted the lower class, and I kind of want to, you know, I don't want to do anything to you. I just want you to fork over your money and get the fudge out. Fork over your money and get the fudge out. I kind of mean that. I can't have any more rich people in this country. It's killing the entire world. What the rich people did to the world is unacceptable. Let's listen to 15 more minutes of the damage that the rich people have done to us in the last month.
To buy equipment and services from the major defense contractors for Ukraine. And how did, with all of that money, these patriotic...
They have all this money so they can make the arms that they sell to us cheaper. They can make the computers better, like Microsoft. They can make the computers better for Microsoft for military. They have all this money, but they don't. They barely skate in on the most basic coding and basic fucking people that you can fucking hire with the least amount of money that they can possibly pay them. And then they coast in. You know, they pay cushy jobs, but they don't like paying cushy jobs, but they don't mind it because they see those people every day in their corporate infrastructure and all this. So they don't mind keeping their friends and money and all this stuff. They don't really mind it. So, but they don't have our interests at heart at all. They only have their own. And so when they get all of this money, what do? They raise the price of the missiles from $25,000 to $400,000. That's what these PMCs that we love so much. That's how they treat us. Our best friends. They charge us three or 400 times what something, well, not like 30 times what something is worth when they make sales to us. The government groans and says, well, we don't know anybody else, so...
Defense contractors respond. Did they say, well, thank you, we're going to do everything we can to get all of the weapons that we can at a reasonable...
Nope, no they don't.
...price to
Nope,
Ukraine, which
nope.
is fighting for its life? Not quite. What the defense contractors did is jack up the prices they were charging us in order...
Yeah, so our PMCs, who are private military corporations, they see that we want to help Ukraine. So what do? They raise the price of missiles from $50K to $400K, and they say, oh, you want to send missiles to Ukraine? Absolutely, that'll be $1 trillion. And we're like, what? No, we only wanted to spend $250 billion. And they're like, no, that'll be $1 trillion. And we're like, what? 10 years ago, missiles were 25 grand. Why are they? We understand that there's inflation and the world sucks because we steal all the money and everybody's got to steal and everything. But why, but the government, like him, like Bernie, he goes, what? Because they're like, he's trying to get cheap missiles to Ukraine because he wants to, kibitz on the world stage. But I mean, like, the PMCs, we can't tell them what to price us. We can't force them. We don't have power over them. So they say 400 grand for the missile that we used to pay 25 grand for. And we pay it because we want to help Ukraine, because we want to mess and kibitz with the world stage. So
to help Ukraine. RTA.
And so we have no power over this. We have to control the PMCs in a way where we just don't do business with them ever again. We needed to keep working on the American government. Instead, we thought that we were just going to pay businessmen to fix all our problems. No, that weird libertarian fucking approach didn't work. It didn't work. Nobody's going to come put in, viewport terminals at the fucking the national parks. The government's got to put in viewport terminals at the national parks. There's no money in making viewport terminals in the fucking national parks, right? So the businessman's not going to do that. The government's got to have to do that. You understand? The businessman doesn't have the heart and the love in its soul for its public. The businessman doesn't give a shit about the public. The businessman considers the public its prey. Quite literally. It's prey. The public is to Elon Musk as a mouse is to a eagle.
Increased prices.
It's like, basic stuff that you would see on an IQ exam, something like that. But I mean, if you don't understand this, the public is the mouse to Elon's eagle. It's kind of insane, but they swoop down from where they live, and they come from the tree or the sky, and they come bombing in, and they eat the mouse, and they're like, this is my cost for living here, and then they just fly away. And that's okay. But when you're a colony of mice, putting the eagle in power is not a fucking wise idea. And we do this because our education system is worthless. So we didn't study history or politics or civics like a good educated person and understand the fall of Rome and the businessmen who played a part in it. And in the corrupt politicians and all of this, and understand that, you know, we have a history with this sort of stuff. We have for tens of thousands of years. We do this over and over and over and over again, and we know what we have to do. We have to exile the rich people out of the country so they go build their base somewhere else, you know? So that's my suggestion to you. Kick Trump and fucking Elon and anybody with more than $100 million the fuck out of this country now. People will talk problems all day long like Bernie. I'm talking about solutions. So what do? We exile the rich people. We take everything over $100 million because that's our money, not theirs. Most of that shit is ours. It's like that Trailer Park Boys joke. Yeah, we're not letting you get divorced because half of that shit is ours. You know what I'm saying? We're not letting you, you know what I'm saying? We're not letting you fuck us because that money is ours. That's the public's money. You ran with it and you overcharged and war profiteered as PMC organizations and bought lobbies, which created a corrupt politician situation in the American government. That's the fiscal conservative fucking American Taliban, the GOP. That's what they did. They must be stopped. They are the evil that is destroying this country. And no, I don't want to hurt them. I don't particularly want to steal from them, but they stole from us. So we take the money that they stole from us. We take it back from them. We let them skate with $100 million because we don't want to destroy their livelihoods. We don't want to physically harm them. And they can get the fucking fudge out of America forever and don't ever come back. Get banned out of America. That's what you do. If you try and suborn an election by vote bribery, Elon, is we ban you out of America forever. Play with fire, get burned, bitch. You suborned election interference in America and you bribed votes. You did this shamelessly. You set an example for our children. I want to ban you out of America permanently. I don't see how you're not really, you know. Who were the traitors? Ethel. Rosenberg. I don't see the difference between the Rosenbergs. I don't really see the difference between the Rosenbergs and Elon. I don't really see. I think there's a lot of money difference between them, but I don't really see a difference between what Elon did with just voter subordination or whatever the fuck you want to call it, or like voter bribery. We have a way. It's like voter bribing. Elon's vote bribery should have caused him to lose his citizenship. We used to believe in something. We used to stand for something. And we used to be really happy when the hammer came down because it meant justice. But no, now we just let rich people, fucking oligarchs, just full-blown suborn voter perjury and voter bribery and let them do it in the press and let them corrupt our own citizens. And let that be the example to our children. I want you out of America. You aren't our friend. Oops, wrong one. You are not our friend. You are not our friend. You do not represent America's interests when you suborned voter bribery or whatever it is. You fucking you caused voter bribery. It's whatever you call the crime. It's to me it's almost like perjury. You lied under oath essentially in a way. You suborned our voter election process and you stole, quote unquote, stole votes by convincing people through a raffle system that they might win $1 million and get out of the fucking misery and suffering that rich people like Elon Musk have caused this country, to the point where they're so desperate for $1 million that they'll sell their vote, even if it doesn't mean getting the $1 million. You turned our political system into the fucking hypernet, and I really, really, really hate you for that. But it's not personal. Anybody could have done that because we're dumb. because we let our education system become a worthless skibbity toilet cesspit. Like that we let the video games become a worthless skibbity toilet cesspit of harassment and piece of shit right-wing losers.
Missiles from $25,000 in the 1990s to $400,000 in 2023.
Repeat.
In order to help Ukraine. RTX increased prices for Stinger missiles from $25,000 in the 1990s to $400,000 in 2023. Even account.
Stinger missiles are not expensive. They're essentially your standard plinking missile. They're like the 22LR of the missile world. Stingers are common. They're cheap. They're effective. We've had them forever. They're great. They're cheap. They've never been $400,000. That's money that should have gone towards somebody's education. But you have killed the world.
Accounting for inflation and improvements in technology, that is an outrageous price increase. But it wasn't enough for RTX. A recent NATO contract reveals RTX is now charging approximately $745,000 per Stinger. Lockheed Martin and RTX raised the price of the Javelin missile system from about $263,000 per unit just before the war to $350,000 this year. The United States has provided more than 10,000 Javelins to Ukraine. Similar price hikes took place for Patriot missiles and other weapon systems. And make no mistake, every time a contractor pads its profit margins, fewer weapons reach the front lines. The greed of these defense.
We decided that we wanted to help Ukraine, so the PMCs decided that they were going to spread our butt cheeks and charge us 20 times what they normally charge. Kill the PMCs. And I do mean kill the PMCs because they're not living, right? We have to kill the PMCs. And I can say kill without catching a ban or whatever, right? We can kill the PMCs. We can absolutely make them illegal. In America, anyways. And when we do that, the rest of the world will do that. And we'll understand that we never should have had private military contractors. I don't believe so. We might need them, but I don't care. I don't want them.
Defense contractors is not.
I don't want war, and I don't want them, and I don't want some kind of fucking mafia of war profiteers that feasts off of our fucking bloody dead carcass in the fucking desert every single time some war happens. I don't want that. That's thieves in the temple.
Not just costing American taxpayers huge amounts of money, it is killing Ukrainians. They get less weapons than they should, given the amount of money that we are spending. And Mr. President, there is a name for all of this. It's called war profiteering. This is not a new problem. During World War II, then U.S. Senator from Missouri, Harry Truman, was shocked by the profits made by military contractors while American boys were getting killed in Europe and in the East. And he appointed a special commission, it's called the Truman Commission, to investigate war profiteering. And they found massive amounts of fraud. In my view, that is exactly what we should be doing now. We should be instituting a Truman Commission, or call it whatever you want, to take a hard look at the prices that the defense industry is charging us for the weapons they provide. We should also consider other ideas to reduce waste and fraud in the military-industrial complex, such as wider use of the Defense Production Act, significant penalties for audit failures, and a windfall profit tax on hugely profitable defense companies. Mr. President, most Americans would agree that we need a strong military, and I agree that we need a strong military. But we do not need a defense system that
costs $1 trillion.
Designed to make huge profits for a handful of giant defense contractors while providing less of what the military needs.
He's right.
We do not need to spend almost $1 trillion on the military while 500,000 Americans are homeless, while children go hungry, and while elderly people have difficulty heating their homes. Mr. President, let me conclude by saying something which I think is one of the more profound statements ever made.
I thought it was Truman, but it was Eisenhower. Eisenhower spoke about the PMCs in the fucking 50s, and he was like, I think that America's currently biggest problem is the PMCs fucking us for our war materials. And he said this in the fucking 60s, in 1961 or something like that. That was 80 years ago. It hasn't changed. The PMCs have been stealing all of our money, so the politicians and the rich people steal all of our money. As long as the PMCs steal the money from the government, the politicians and the rich people and the government and the 1% steal all this money from the poor and the middle class. And it's like this circle of stealing. If the Pentagon was not getting robbed all the fucking time, we wouldn't have as much corruption in the government. And without as much corruption in the government, we wouldn't have so many oligarchs harming us. And we'd have more protection. But the government is like sick and wounded and poor and dying, and it's, you know, and he doesn't want to say it that way, but it is, and like it's not too good. We don't have too good of a future coming, and now, like, you know, now we must pay attention to the PMCs, and we must pay attention to the rich people.
Made by a president, and that is that
Elon makes cogent points sometimes. You know, Bernie even used one of them for this for this speech. I don't hate Elon. I just dislike anybody who accrues that much money. I consider them to be wicked, and I think of them as being soulless because they gave up their soul for that amount of money. And wicked and soulless is cruel enough. I don't need to call him any names. I'm just describing him to other people, and I am very aware of how that harmful that can be. I think the real words, when I mean them, when other people I think call him names all the time, but real words when they're meant, it can be very harmful, and I believe him to be soulless and heartless. And that's weird because that means he's half a human being. Not because of some value structure or something, or the color of his skin or anything like that. It means that to have a whole human being, you need four things. You need, you know, body, mind, heart, and soul. Christianity believes in this. Everybody believes in this. It's the four things that make up a human, kind of. It's body, mind, heart, and soul. If you sell your soul and break your own heart by accruing this crazy amount of money while the rest of the world suffers deprivation, you have become half of a human being, and I believe they need to be saved from themselves. They believe the money is worth more than that. What's worth more? And I'm gonna hit them with the Batman the Animated Series thing. What's worth more than a good night's rest? There's a riddle for the ages. What's a good night's rest really worth? I don't think they can do it. I don't think they get a good night's rest. I don't think so. I don't think they sleep good like me. I slept 12 hours yesterday, 12 hours today. Sleep meds, because I can't get to sleep. I can sleep when I get to sleep, but I can't get to sleep. So I use pills to get to sleep. Once I do, I sleep like a fucking baby for 12 hours, and I don't have any wrinkles on my fucking face. I don't have any wrinkles, and I'm 45 because, like, I don't have a single wrinkle on my body because I didn't stress out I did. I stressed out worse than anybody else in the entire world. But I also knew that these people had killed the world, and I threw my hands up and Atlas shrugged way back in 2017. It was 2017. It took me 2 years. In 2015, I knew that the MMORPG industry was dead. It would be for a long, long time, 15 years, something like that, right? And that was 2015. And by 2017, I was suicidal again because the MMO industry was dead. And what's on the name of the fucking title of the fucking stream? It's Skycatlive and the MMO lifestyle, right? So, you know, the MMO lifestyle died, and I really was unhappy. I was like, oh, there's nothing to do anymore. There's no good games, and WoW died, and I don't know what to do. So then I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll just find home somewhere else, like somebody who's cast out of the mountain, like they did to me in Denver. And I kept looking, and I found other games, and I built a new reality out of the other games. And that is what I suggest we do now. I suggest we build a new reality out of non-violence somehow. Like, I don't know, but it's got to be non-violent, but we build a new reality where these rich people don't cut us short, don't sell us short, or rob us to our fucking face, right? One of the problems about this, the reason that these people rob us, I know that most of humanity has not been kingpins before, so they'll never understand, like, how this works, but I do. I understand, like, I would be a good politician because I understand house politics. It's fucking easy, right? Especially if you've done it before on a professional level. If you show them that you'll pay, if you ever show weakness to these people ever, if you ever bow down, like with the stream sniper is a good example. I never bowed down to him. Not once, not ever. You know, like, it never bowed down to him, never even occurred to me, never crossed my mind. I'm proud of it, and I bring it up occasionally. But I don't bow down to anybody. And so, you know, and I never have. And that's the difference. America kowtows to these PMCs every time they charge $400,000 for a Stinger missile because the lobbyists, the politicians, the PMCs, the salesmen, the arms dealers, and all of them, they all have steak dinners down at the country club. They all play golf with each other, and they all sit at the cigar bar with each other. They're all best friends, and their kids fuck, and they marry each other, and trust me, it's like this whole incestuous thing of a power structure scheme that you can only really call the 1%. There's only really like one title that's fits so far that we've been trying to apply to them. And they have 1% of the world's population, but 99% of the world's money. That's who they are. And they're not good. They're not good people. They're not very, just in having the money, that much money makes them inherently evil when there's Americans starved and tranked out on the streets who obviously got shortchanged with the education system, who obviously got shortchanged with the food system, who obviously got shortchanged with the, you know, the drug war, the prison industrial complex, the poverty, the unhappiness, the lack of good jobs, the lack of paying jobs, the lack of a future, the lack of an American dream. And the American dream has not died, but it has morphed into being a 1%er. The American dream is no longer being okay, living in the middle class, being absurdly happy with your 2.3 kids and your husband or your wife and your 2.5 cars or whatever it is, the whole American dream thing, you know, in the suburbs and all this. The middle class dream is no longer the American dream. The American dream is becoming the 1%. That can't happen. The 1% are incredibly fucking horribly evil because they stuff all that money in their bank accounts like Scrooge McDuck, and they form money vaults and they go money swimming. And that really can't happen in a civilization, because we know that it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a community to raise a human. It takes love and family and humans and money and support and resources and food and shelter. All the things that the 1% have killed and war profited off of and raised the prices by 100 to 300 to 400 to 2,000%. Right now, Stinger missiles are at, and weapons especially, are at 2,000%. This is what Bernie's bitching about. Until we end the 1% doing the price dictation, it's quite a dictatorship, right? Really, their pricing is the worst dictatorship that they have. You can quote me on that. That's a good Skycatlive quote. I'm gonna try and record it, right? The price of their dictatorship is their dictatorship of pricing. I can turn a phrase, bitch. I've always been a really good writer. The price of their dictatorship is the dictatorship of the dictatorship of the pricing. I said it right. The price of their dictatorship. Oh, you know, I have a quote thing. I haven't done quotes because I shut off my chat. But I guess I'm going to do my own quotes now. The price of their dictatorship is the price of their dictatorship is the dictatorship of their pricing. Yeah, that's exactly right. The price of their dictatorship is the dictatorship of their pricing. Save. God, I'm on hot shit today. I'm doing good. Providing good content and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Bernie, for the excellent content from our stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. I loved this thing. This thing changed my life.
Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was a former five-star general and a Republican president from 1952 to 1960, he warned us about everything that I'm talking about in his farewell address in 1961. And it would be very wise for us to remember what President Eisenhower said. And this is the quote, and I quote, President Eisenhower, quote, "In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist," end of quote. What Eisenhower said was true in 1961. It is even more true today. As the President, I intend to vote against this inflated military budget. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Okay, there's that. Oh, Bear's eating something. It's a pig. Okay, sir, I am putting stone in here. We have 50 hours in here. That's good. That's fine. I don't think I need to go back out there again, but I will. I guess I have, like, throwaway stuff. Yeah. I want that hat. It's not very strong. Actually, that would be better. Yeah, let's go out there as a Buckethead. I love Buckethead. Okay, let's listen about how it's time to take on the greed of the food and beverage industry.
To order. If there is a mantra that exists in this committee, I think on both sides of the aisle,
I've come to think of Bernie as my Yoda. He's my Yoda. Bernie's like my Yoda. We need elders like this that just, care about the way that the world's run. We need just people who overall meta care. They don't want to lead the world the toilet after they die, and they want to be remembered fondly, so they just try and fix everything. He's like my Yoda. Yoda always gets involved when it gets the worst it's ever been.
Is that an ounce of
Yoda always shows up when it's right before when it's darkest right before the dawn.
prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. And that is going to be what we'll be discussing today.
Yeah, the fucking cost of the food is off the goddamn hook. It's worthless.
Obesity epidemic.
Because the food is so bad. Because the food is so expensive.
They are both directly related, and they are both getting worse. More than 35 million Americans have type 2 diabetes. Over 10% of our population. 10% of our population.
Oh my God, 10% of
And about
America
90%
has
of those with
diabetes.
Type 2 diabetes.
Diabetes.
Are obese. Diabetes is not only a serious.
I don't have
illness
diabetes.
unto
Thank
itself,
God. I got to 400 pounds, but I didn't get diabetes. Thank God. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you're skirting it. You're skirting it. Your feet look a little bit swollen and stuff. They're like, you're skirting diabetes. We've got to get you down to weight. I was like, okay, I'm listening. And I did. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to get diabetes. Nope.
But it is a contributing factor to heart.
So I can eat sugar with no problem. I do eat sugar with no problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I do it every day, but I don't do much of it. Like once in a while I'll have too much ice cream. It happens. But it's like, but most of the time I have like a couple bites. And I'm like, all right, that's good. And I'm done. I'm not going to get fat. And, here we go. It used to be like, oh, I love ice cream. It makes me so happy. But now it's just like, like it's a nice ending to the meal. It doesn't mean anything. You can take it or leave it. I turned down a whole bunch of, okay, so my mother is a foodie. And I spent 11 hours with her yesterday. And you got to understand, food is constantly on her mind. If it's not food, it's decoration. It's either food or decoration. She's like a real woman. Food and decoration are entirely what she lives for. And so she's like, well, not entirely. She likes family and stuff too, but she likes, organizing. But she's, overall, I would say her main skill is, I forgot what I was going to say.
Disease, stroke, amputations, blindness, and kidney failure. And the cost of treating these illnesses is staggering. According to the American Diabetes Association, the total cost of diabetes in the United States was nearly $413 billion. $413 billion, up 27% over the past 6 years. This amounts to about 10% of our total healthcare expenditures. That is an unbelievable and unsustainable amount of money. And when we talk about the type 2 diabetes epidemic and the huge increase in new cases, we must also talk about the epidemic of obesity in our country. Some 90% of people with type 2 diabetes are overweight or obese. These two epidemics go hand in hand. The time is long overdue for us to pose some very simple questions. And that is what this hearing is about today. How did it happen that, according to the CDC, the rate of childhood obesity in America has tripled since the 1970s and has gotten so
Free
bad
bear.
that 1 out of every 5
The
children
pig killed
in
the
our
bear?
country is now
He must
obese?
have. Damn,
How
that pig's a
has it
killer.
happened that over
He was a
40%
super pig.
of adults in the United States today are obese? And in my view, the answers to these questions are not very complicated. For decades, Congress and the FDA have allowed large corporations to make huge profits by enticing children and adults to consume ultra-processed food and beverages loaded up with sugar, salt, and saturated fat. There is growing evidence, including testimony that we have heard right here in this committee, that these foods are deliberately designed to be addictive, similar to cigarettes and alcohol, and lead to a higher rate of type 2 diabetes. Shockingly, according to a study published in the British Medical Journal, ultra-processed foods make up an incredible 73% of our nation's food supply. Bottom line, much of the food that we as Americans are now consuming are making us unhealthy and are contributing to the fact that our life expectancy is significantly lower than that of many other wealthy countries. None of this is happening by accident. The food and beverage industry is spending $14 billion a year on advertising to push these unhealthy products onto the American consumer. Even worse, and really unacceptable, $2 billion of this money is spent to directly advertise these unhealthy products to our children in order to get them hooked on these foods at an early age. According to the Rudd Center for Food Policy and Obesity, children and teens view about 4,000 food and beverage ads on television each year.
Yep.
An average of 10 advertisements.
Yeah, it's like crack.
per day.
Like they want
Last year,
kids
for
to eat
example,
sugar.
Coca-Cola spent $327 million on
Yep.
advertising in the United States alone, while it raked in more than $9.5 billion in
Mommy,
profits.
mommy, I want a
Now, one
Coca-Cola.
of these ads will tell you that a 20-ounce bottle of Coke contains more than 15 teaspoons of sugar. 15 teaspoons of sugar.
Oh
over
my
twice
God, that's what I get when I drink that. Oh my God.
the recommended daily limit for kids.
I don't drink soda anymore. I had a no, I didn't. I had a what I had a high C. I had a high C fruit punch yesterday. It was pure sugar, pure fucking sugar. It was too much sugar. I cut it. I cut it with club water, club soda.
Now, one of these ads will tell you that drinking
I love sugar, but there can be too much of it because you're like, you know, I knew that I was gonna get home and that I would be on a sugar rush for 6 hours, you know.
1 can of Coke a day could
And after 11-hour shift, and it's like, nah, it's better at that point just to go to fucking bed than to get all dosed up on sugar and go all crazy crack swirl. It's better not to do the sugar. It actually is. Even as a kid, it's better. It's better to go to bed and do the sugar in the morning. Because who cares? Just do the sugar in the morning, you know? Then you have the whole day. I feel the same way about alcohol and drugs. It's way better to cut it off at like 2 or 3 in the morning. This is how I was a responsible drug addict all of my life. I cut it off at about 2 or 3 in the morning, and I go to fucking bed usually. More often than not, I definitely go to bed usually. Sometimes I'll party for days, but more often than not, I'll just go to bed. You know, at about 3 to 6 or 9 or 2 in the afternoon, somewhere around there, between 3 and 2, between 3 and 3 in the morning and 3 at night, I'll go to bed. Somewhere there after a party. But I still recommend going to bed every night, even when you're a druggie. I still really recommend it. It's your body will get ugly if you don't. Like for instance, I did methamphetamine for I think 13 years of my life, and they always show those faces of meth commercials, but my teeth are fine. See it? My teeth are great. My skin is great, not a wrinkle. And I smoked every day for 13 fucking years too. And I smoked like a fucking chimney, bowl after bowl after bowl after bowl after bowl. And for some of those years I was a drug dealer, so there was no limit, you know? It's just, yeah, and I don't have yellow teeth. I don't have wrinkled skin. I don't have meth face or anything like this. And this is because I don't do a lot of stress if I can't help it. I don't do a lot of worrying if I can't help it. I don't do adulting. I get other people to do it for me who are just happy to do it, you know? And then I spend most of my time worrying about video games, which provides a focus that I think keeps you young. I think somebody who can focus on something. For instance, I believe jewel crafters to be people who live for a really long time, because jewel crafters sit there with a magnifying glass and like a cutting laser or something, or whatever they're using, like a little pick or something like that, right? And they're like chipping away to make the perfect diamond or whatever. And clockmakers are kind of like this. I think clockmakers live really long lives, and I think video gamers do too, because focusing on something for flow state for 8 to 12 hours a day or 14 hours a day or whatever is really good for you. I think humans were just meant to gather berries and rocks and do it really intelligently and stuff. And so I think we're supposed to just sort of focus on what's happening around us all day, you know? And if you can actually manage a lifestyle that does that, where you just play video games all day or whatever it is, you know, sit in the office all day, operate it, whatever. You can find something that you can really focus on. You'll live a long life, because focus is something that's necessary for happiness, I think. It's sort of weird.
Increase your chance of getting type 2 diabetes by...
Like, there was never a point where I sat and played video games all day when I didn't have either rent paid for, or like somebody helping me, or I was homeless, or that kind of thing. I always took care of whatever I needed to get done first, if that makes sense. But I mean, I think probably clocked the most hours anybody's ever done or something. It's sort of weird, or close, not anybody, but anybody my age has done.
up to 26%.
I think I'm up there in the upper echelon of like the most video game hours played. If you were to add up like all of the stuff on my Steam and all of the games and saves that I've lost, and I don't know how you could do that. You couldn't. But a bunch of those are cartridges that can't even save anymore.
Given this reality,
Cartridges that I sold. So I mean, I can't even like show all the saves that I've done or anything like that. But I believe myself to be one of the top gamers. I mean, it sucks, but I do. It's something you won't hear out of other gamers, because they don't have the fucking the accolades or the fucking the achievements to prove it. You'll hear it out of stuff like people like Ninja, because he is, right. But like, you won't hear it out of most other gamers. That kind of cocky ass fucking ego, you won't hear it. I full blown fundamentally believe that I am one of, if not the best gamer on the fucking world, like in the world, or I wouldn't do this. And I really do fundamentally believe this. I don't think anybody has as much hours on as many games as me. I don't think so. I don't think most of them dedicated like me. I think there's people that did older games like me who are older than me. But I don't think there's people my age or younger who sat there and played as many video games as I did. I wish to be known as that guy who did play the most games. I kind of do. I think even in the end, these guys are all gonna fuck out around the age of 70 and quit. I'm gonna push till the day I die. It'll be since when I was like 8 years old until I was like 96, and I'm not gonna be the only kid on the planet like that, but I'm gonna be one of the few. It'll be like Ender's Game. There'll be about 20 of us. There's gonna be like 20 of us or something on the planet that played from the age of 8 years old until like 96 or something like that, right? And how we know is we're gonna be able to tell people what Duck Hunt and shit was actually like. Because that shit won't even be on YouTube anymore, You know, it's crazy. It's like, there'll be so much stuff on YouTube that the old stuff will just get pushed off, kind of. And like, and I'll be able to sit there with people who are like my best friends and be like, remember Duck Hunt? And people won't be able to remember. They won't. And we'll be like, yeah, that's how you can prove that you've been playing games since you were like 8 years old or whatever. Remember Duck Hunt? You know?
Been widely discussed by
some. I remember Duck Hunt. It made me believe that we could have a good shooter, and I was 8 years old. You know, I believe because of Duck Hunt. I still fundamentally believe this. I believe because of Duck Hunt. I guess I have to pull Duck Hunt now, guys, because I'm a free association crazy crackhead streamer. So I'm going to watch a game of Duck Hunt. Yeah, we're gonna watch some Duck Hunt, because Duck Hunt gameplay is dope. Yeah. I did it before he did it. This is what life is, guys. It's all Duck Hunt. It never really got much more complicated than Duck Hunt either. If you can shoot the duck out of the sky when he pops, you can play video games. If you can chill to the music and let it be flow state, you can be like, I don't really see a difference between Duck Hunt and Starfield. What's the difference? Oh, that alien popped up. I shot him. He fell to the ground. My dog robot went and looted him or whatever. You know, I don't really see the fucking difference between Starfield and Duck Hunt. I don't. Duck Hunt could really hope to have a world of Duck Hunt the way that Starfield had a world of Starfield. But I mean, like, you know, Duck Hunt and Starfield are the same thing, though. Just code on a screen. It's such a fucking crackhead game, because there's like 3 sound effects in the entire game, and they just roll for hours, and you're like, and you start to get addicted to just hearing the sound that you can't stop. You're like, I gotta go for another one. How many ducks did we murder? It had to have been in the goddamn gazillions or something. How many digital ducks did we murder? We'll never know. We must have killed a gazillion ducks. Mankind really hates ducks. Man, we don't like ducks because they get away. Ducks get away. They just fly away. You're like, God damn it, I wasted ammo on that duck. I shot an arrow or fucking like a shotgun or something. I missed the duck. Son of a bitch, the duck got away. But land animals don't get away, right? They do. They'll run from you for miles, but then you can eventually track them again and get them again. And if you're a good hunter, you can probably get the animal eventually, right? But like, you know, but ducks just fly away. You can't stop them. They go fly to like another state or something. They don't care where they go. So they fly like, you know, they fly like 800 meters or something. And what are you going to do? Are you going to travel 800 meters just to go see if the duck's there? No. So ducks piss us off. And how many gazillion ducks have we killed? Like the ducks and us, we have like a Hatfield and McCoy thing. We and the ducks, we don't fuck with each other. The ducks run from us and we murder the ducks. And for some reason, mankind and ducks, we just really don't get along. I'm fairly sure that the COVID virus is actually a duck virus. I'm fairly sure, because mankind really dislikes ducks so much that I'm fairly sure that mankind rapes ducks. I'm fairly sure. And I think that's how we get COVID. Or they just eat dead ducks that have been not cooked and stuff like this, right? So yeah, and they either eat dead ducks that aren't cooked or they fuck ducks, one or the other. And I swear to God, they do. Mankind hates ducks because ducks get away all the time, and that's cheating. And we hold it against them. And we think it's okay to hate ducks, particularly. We don't know why, but I'll tell you why. It's okay to hate ducks, and it's okay to make games about shooting ducks, and whatever. Because ducks don't matter. That's just our food. And it doesn't matter. And they piss us off because they run away and successfully. Like bass. Sometimes bass break the line or whatever. Fuck that duck. Fuck that duck and his fucking duck fuck. Fuck that duck and his fucking duck fuck. I don't like him. Fuck that duck. Fuck that duck. Shoot him out of the sky. Yep. Bam, bam, bitch. Yep. I should play Duck Hunt on my giant television. It would be really fun. Blow, blow, blow. It would be really fucking easy. The game's too slow now. This game had another version of shooting skeet, and the skeet was way better. I liked the skeet a lot more. It was a lot harder. It would get smaller. I can't do it. It's so many discorded, like, off sharp notes. Yeah, they're all sharp notes. All of it is in sharp notes because it makes it stand out between the other games. Like all of this music is in sharp notes because they have to contend with the rest of the arcade, right? Because there's all these arcade machines in one tiny room, or not tiny, but one big room, and so they do their music in sharp notes. They tell the musician to do this. They're like, okay, we have to stand out against Tetris, and they have all this like beautiful harmonic music, so you can tell what Tetris sounds like from across the fucking arcade, right? So they tell their fucking musicians. They definitely do this too. I've heard them talk about it on documentaries before and stuff. They tell their musicians to do crazy things like detune and you know, make their music in sharp notes and stuff like this so it stands out. So good video game music has sharp notes and that you wouldn't normally hear in normal music. And that's what made Nobuo a living god. And so, and I know this because I played too many video games, but yeah, you can tell Tetris from across the world. Like, you can tell Tetris from down the street because it's like, you know, Tetris's music is so distinctive. It's Russian, and it's offbeat, and it has like a 16-19 scale or something, or not 16-19, it's probably like 11-19 scale or something. It has a weird rhythm to it. That's a good rhythm, but it is a weird, broken down rhythm. So... Hey, it's Christmas theme stuff. Damn, this guy's pretty good. Full of sharp notes, so it really stands out, you know? So they have to compete with this, and they're like, God damn it, Tetris beats all of the other music in the entire fucking arcade. None of the other games have good music like Tetris. And so they're like, what will stand out? Everybody will know Duck Hunt because it has 3 sounds. And then the little ditty that it plays. Bam! Wah! Bam! Boom. There's like 5 sounds in this game, but it works. The quiet really worked. Notice how much the quiet works. Because you're waiting for something to happen. And you're like, oh man, there's no sound, nothing. So something's really going to happen. And it does. The duck pops out from the fucking bush. And you've got about 3 seconds to fire. Bam! This is why all of America loves guns so much. Duck hunt. Tell me I'm wrong. Whack. It's really dumb when the duck flies down, because you're like, ah, handicap. The duck should never fly down. The duck's never going to fly down when he's running out. Aw. So notice there's this theme that the duck doesn't know you're going to shoot yet, so it just innocently flies up towards the sky. It doesn't panic or flap super crazy or anything like this. The duck just peacefully flies towards the sky because it's lazy and it's slow and it's like a bird, you know, and it doesn't have to fuck with much because it can fly. And so it sort of lazily flies towards the sky, and that's what it does. To conserve energy, it sort of lazily flaps up to get up towards the sky, so you just shoot it as it's lazily flapping towards the sky because it doesn't know that you're gonna shoot the gun yet. It doesn't know that. I love duck hunting. Because the target doesn't know that you're there. It actually is hunting that you can do, you know? Like reliably. You can actually get kills because they don't know, the ducks don't know you're there. Bam! So they just lazily fly upwards. They don't panic fly. They lazily flap upwards, and that's when you shoot them. Let's go look at ducks taking flight. I'm such a crackhead. Let's travel all over the world. Ducks taking flight. Ducks taking flight. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Should we do shorts? No, I don't like shorts. Flying ducks. Ducks are so badass. I fucking love ducks. Yeah, I'm not the duck's enemy. I've never harmed a duck, and I love ducks. Yeah, fuck it. Ducks are bad. Ducks are badasses. Look at him. There's a bona fide badass. That motherfucker, he's strong. Look at that. That motherfucker's so strong. Yeah, they don't fuck around. Ducks are like smart. They're like efficient. They're waterproof. I don't think they can drown, really. I mean, they can drown, but I mean, you'd have to drown them. They can't drown because the water is their actual, like, you know, habitat. So, you know, they're kind of perfect in a way because they're immune to half the world. Half the world isn't on water, you know, or what? No, more like. I mean, how much of the world is water? I can't remember. It's some large percentage. How much of the world? What percentage of the world is water? Right? Isn't it like 71%? Right? Yeah. I thought I was gonna say 91, but I thought that kind of sounded too high. I was like, it's pretty high, like 3/4 or something like that. And it is. It's like, you know, no penguins. We're gonna do ducks taking flight until you entertain me. Yeah, so when ducks take off, they do it lazily because they know that nothing's going to happen, right? Most of the time, nothing's going to happen. Once they leave the ground, no predators can touch them except for other birds. So the ducks actually more honestly looking at the sky to see if there's eagles and peregrines and stuff like that. The duck's more worried about the sky than it is the ground because they know that anything on the ground is stuck on the ground. The duck's main predator is actually is other birds, I believe. Well, of course, it's humans, but humans are the duck's main predator, but like ducks, they mainly contend with other birds because nothing can reach them except other birds, right? So other birds tend to be sort of the social structure that ducks have, and then, you know, they're kind of interesting. I love ducks. I think they're beautiful. If I had to identify with a bird, it would be a duck, and yeah, and like ducks are very logical beings. They don't do anything that wouldn't like pretty much better the duck, which is something that I can relate to. The ducks don't really. I mean, they fly south, but this is only because that's where the best food is. So, you know, the life cycle of the duck is actually kind of interesting. Let's go take a look at it. Because I don't really know. I know they fly south and north twice a year, but that's all I remember about it. The life cycle of a duck. Yeah, look, it's very short too. Yeah, it's interesting to know this. We're all just ducks. We're all going to get shot out of the sky. We're not Jesus. We'll never be that powerful. Even Jesus wasn't that powerful or whatever. We're all just ducks in the sky, and we need to not get shut down. And so understanding the life cycle of a duck is extremely important to understand the life cycle of yourself, because you're just a duck. You're just a duck. You're no more important to all of the cosmos as a duck is. We're about as valuable to the cosmos as a duck is. We're not any more special. So how you live your life with your little duck life is what matters. And most humans worry about what other humans are doing. It's fucking stupid. Most humans, I would say probably 80% of them, worry about what other humans are doing. It's fucking stupid. I mean, they do. I do it too. I worry about what other humans are doing because I'm scared they're going to hurt me. But I don't worry about what other humans are doing over what I do. I only cherish and value what I do, which is kind of funny. It sucks, but I'm okay with admitting that I'm that selfish. I find a lot of value in other people, and I would work to save their lives, and I would give my life for theirs and stuff like this. I care about other people, but I understand that I'm living my little duck life, and that I'm just a speck of insignificant dust flying along on this dust of on this speck of insignificant dust that's in the solar system. And like, I don't really think that the duck is any more important or less more important than me. And understanding how other things live their entire lives will help you live your entire life much better. I think the ducks win. They don't really have natural predators, really, short of hunters and stuff. I think they kind of win. They multiply more than any hunter could take. They're beautiful. They stand out in the bird world because they have personality. They're very interesting. They can't run fast, so they're not really land animals. You can definitely kill a duck really fucking easy on land. So I mean, but they can fly away. So. It takes about 28 days for duck eggs to hatch. Baby duck! This is a duckling formed inside of its egg, almost ready to hatch. They hatch. They get cleaned up, ready for the world. And once the ducklings grow, the cycle starts all over again. I'm worried that this might be DMCA. Is this DMCA? I don't think so. But yeah. And then they become a duck. The cycle starts all over again. And once the ducklings grow, they get cleaned up and ready for the world. The cycle starts all over again. This was kind of an ignorant life of the ducks, the life cycle of a duck thing. Baby duck hatchling. Yeah, can we watch a duckling grow? 60 days and 60 seconds. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see a duck grow. Oh, look how badass they look when they're done. They're just chilling. They like the stoners of the bird world. They just chilling. They're like, hey, how you doing? I'm not really scared of anybody because I can just fly away and I'm huge. So nobody really fucks with me except humans. Humans grow ducks. Where do you think we get all the fucking ducks that we eat? We eat duck. We rich people eat duck, and I've never really understood it. But it's not the best bird really. It doesn't taste that good. But very greasy, sort of like greasy meat. They're very fatty birds, so their meat is very greasy. I'm not a fan of eating duck. I'll do it, but it's not something that I enjoy. That's a rich person's meal, in my opinion. Because, well, I don't know. A lot of people eat ducks, though. They do. So, yeah, cool. Cool watching a duck raise. It's beautiful. Aw, so cute. Okay, so that's the ugly duckling. Here's Pablo Escobar. Same thing. NES long play. What did God do about thieves? He kicked them out of the fucking temple and exiled them. That's what we need to do. It's time to talk about the food and beverage industry.
Scientists and doctors for decades. This
We're gonna play a different game.
New news. The question
No, not new news. Not new news.
What has the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, done to address these epidemics, which have impacted the health of millions of Americans and cost us hundreds of billions of dollars each year? As far as I can tell, the answer is not much. Way back in 2010, the National Academy of Medicine recommended that the food and beverage industry be required to put nutrition labels on the front of their products that the American people could easily understand. That was in 2010. On June 13th, 2023, the FDA announced that it would propose a rule to require the food and beverage industry to put nutrition labels on the front of their products no later than October of 2023. The FDA missed that deadline. On December 6, 2023, FDA announced that this proposed rule would be made public in June of 2024. The FDA missed that deadline. On July 5th, 2024, the FDA announced this proposed rule would be made public by October of 2024. The FDA missed that.
Oh, good. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some cereal. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to get a big bowl, I guess. I don't have a... I'm going to slather some strawberry stuff in the bottom. These people just add. My blueberry check cereal. Nice spoon over there. I'm just gonna bring the fork. Yeah, I got a spoon. Nice. So, I really love blueberry Chex. It's gluten-free, and I have celiac disease. And so, yeah, gluten-free is... Celiac is what I got instead of diabetes, which is like you become allergic to wheat because you eat it too much. Then you get, and it makes you sick because the gluten starts to, starts to back up in your system and stuff. And so, yeah, and I love blueberry Chex because blueberry Chex was always like crack to me. It was always like crack to me. No matter what, it was always like crack to me. It didn't matter whether it's fucking gluten-free or not. Blueberry Chex is badass, and it's actually really not that bad of a cereal. So I endorse blueberry Chex, and this is an ad for blueberry Chex, but they're not paying me yet. Blueberry Chex. Crunchy. There's some strawberry Greek yogurt at the bottom of the bowl. Very cheap meal. Costs like 75 cents, something. Bit of milk, a little bit of milk, maybe $1 after the milk. Blueberry Chex and Greek yogurt is like going to be my breakfast for a long time until I can't stand it anymore. I'll keep changing up the yogurt, and that's how I'll keep it fresh. I'll use the Chex Mix as like a base. Chex Mix looking like a trash can. Fucking Lonely Island. Lonely Island did a really funny song called Chex Mix. It's actually really good. Oh, my heater's too hot. I'll turn it down. Oh, I turned this heater up way too high for some reason. I'm just going to turn it off and let it cool down in here. Fuck it. Start it up again later.
Deadline.
That'll make it get cold fast.
That on November 21st, 2024, after more than 14 years of inaction, the FDA finally sent this proposed rule to the Office of Management and Budget for their review, but it has still not been made public. That is unacceptable. In 2016, Chile implemented a law mandating warning labels on the front of unhealthy food and beverage products. After this law was implemented, calories consumed from these products went down by 24%. Similar labels were put into effect in Peru in 2019, in Israel and Mexico in 2020, in Uruguay in 2021, and in Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and Venezuela from 2022 to 2024. Nearly 30 years ago, the FDA and Congress had the courage to take on a tobacco industry whose products killed over 400,000 Americans every year, including my father. And as a result of these actions, smoking rates among adults dropped from 43% in 1965 to 12% in 2023. Smoking rates among teens dropped even more significantly. That effort was a major success. Now is the time for us to seriously combat the type 2 diabetes and obesity epidemics in this country. In order to do that, we must have the courage to take on the greed of the food.
Why is Bernie leading the country while Trump does nothing? Probably court days.
And beverage industry, which every day is undermining the health and well-being of our children. For starters, we need strong front-of-package food labels so that all consumers, especially children, can be warned as to which products are harmful to their health. Tobacco labels in the United States do not say high in tar, high in nicotine, high in carcinogens. They say cigarettes cause lung cancer, emphysema, and may complicate pregnancy. And let's be clear, not only must we put strong warning labels on unhealthy food and beverages, we must also ban junk food ads targeted to children. The National Institute of Health has estimated that if the United States banned fast food advertising marketed to children, we could cut the childhood obesity rate by 18%. This is not a radical idea. In the 1980s, Quebec banned junk food advertising to children under 13.
I heard about that.
Some of the World Health Organization called for countries to substantially reduce the marketing of junk food to children, and Norway announced that it would be banning all food and beverage advertisements to kids. Ireland, Portugal, South Korea, Spain, Taiwan, and several other major countries have either seriously restricted or banned junk food ads targeted to children. Not a radical idea. And finally, in my view, we have got to substantially, and this committee has dealt with this a whole lot, reduce the outrageously high prices of diabetes and weight loss drugs for Ozempic and Wegovy. In April, I introduced legislation to enact a federal ban on junk food advertising
that was
targeted toward
good.
children, and to require the FDA to put strong warning labels on products high in added sugar, salt, and saturated fat. So, today is an important hearing. We're dealing with the health and well-being of many millions of our people. We're dealing with the need to substantially cut back on the hundreds of billions of dollars we now spend on diabetes. So, we thank Dr. Califf and Mr. Jones for being with us. Senator Cassidy, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Chair Sanders. Near 1 in 3 Americans live with obesity, including 14 million children. Nearly 1 in 10 have type 2 diabetes, one of many chronic diseases obesity is associated with, and obesity costs lives and results in $173 billion in healthcare spending per year. When Obamacare was passed, there was a McKinsey report that said that unless we address the burden of chronic disease, we'll never control healthcare costs, and obesity is one of those things that was listed as those drivers of chronic disease. All this says that we must have solutions for both obesity and for the complications of which we have spoken. A great place to start is the nation's food supply and the changes in Americans' diet over decades. According to the Annals of Internal Medicine, 37% of adults consume an unhealthy diet. Now, I'm pleased to say that reducing obesity, particularly among children, is bipartisan. The incoming Trump administration is indicating that combating obesity, promoting healthy foods, is a top priority. Many of President Trump's concerns around food transparency are echoed by Democratic colleagues, including Chair Sanders. In the new majority, I am excited to work with President Trump and colleagues on this dais to examine these issues, crafting policies to enhance the health of Americans.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. I'm going to move on. Very good. I like this change. I approve. The food is killing us. It's very obvious. Like, everybody's got a belly. It's got to, it's got to fix. I'm working on it. I've lost weight.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my most anticipated games for 2025. Now that we're past the Game Awards and all the big announcements for the year, and at this point all the releases really, it's time for me to start handling some administrative stuff, getting ready to honestly just pay my taxes and whatnot, but also
taxes, son of a
planning
bitch.
everything for next year, because doing all these 100% reviews and just reviews in general revolves a lot around time management and planning things in advance, so I do my best towards the beginning of the year to sort of map out what that looks like. And naturally, that begins with the games I am personally the most excited for. But naturally, just a couple of things to know at the beginning of the video. As far as I'm concerned, this is mostly about games that I think are likely to release in 2025 or already have release dates, because some stuff is slated for 2025, but we still know basically nothing about it, which naturally means it's very up in the air whether or not we actually see that. So a quick example there is Fable, or the reboot of the Fable franchise. That's supposed to be slated for 2025.
Fable.
We hardly know anything about that at all.
Reboot of
Nothing's
Fable.
announced. They weren't at the Game Awards as an example.
Really?
So it could really go either way. And thus, not only is it maybe not going to be in 2025 at all, it's hard to get particularly excited about it when I know not much of anything about it at all. So generally, I try to avoid stuff like that. And then it probably also goes without saying that some of these games might not actually wind up being any good, which is ultimately what the reviews are for. An example of that this year was actually Dragon's Dogma 2 for me. I was very excited for that game going into it, only to be let down pretty hard as a result. So ultimately,
No
things
Earthspine
will change,
Flowers.
but for right now, towards the beginning or end of 2024 really, but also the beginning of 2025.
Wait, what
these
about
are
Dragon's
I'm looking
Dogmas
forward
2?
to. For me, I was also goes without saying that some of these games might not actually wind up being any good, which is ultimately what the reviews are for. An example of that this year was actually Dragon's Dogma 2 for me. I was very excited for that game.
Yeah, and then you
only to be let down pretty hard as a result.
Yeah, see, I trust him, and I didn't buy it. I knew when the frames were like, ugh.
So ultimately, things will change, but for right now, towards the beginning or end of 2024 really, but also the beginning of 2025, these are what I'm looking forward to the most. Kicking it off nice and early with my most anticipated game this year, and this is actually Avowed. Obsidian's upcoming fantasy RPG
Avowed, huh?
set in their world of Eora. Now, I'm a big fan of that setting specifically because
Yeah, I have Pillars of Eternity 2 all set up to go.
Avowed shares a universe with those games. I'm a huge fan of what they did with them.
Yeah,
They're carrying
yeah.
forth the lore. Avowed takes place about 3 or 4 years after Deadfire, which means we'll get some advancement of that plot. They're obviously bringing it to a new genre, essentially, though. And how well they manage to pull that off and what that feels like, I think, will ultimately be what decides its success or failure. Because personally, I love the CRPGs, but it's not really.
Oh, nobody else bought. Oh, nobody else
But
bought.
at the same time, moving to that new genre risks leaving
that
things
was-
behind
damn
that
it.
were
Oh, well.
important to the people who did play those games. But you know how much that matters has yet to be seen. And I discussed a fair bit of that and more in a preview I got to take part in. Some of you may know this already, but I actually got to play Avowed for quite some time back in November, where I shared a whole bunch of details about it in like a 40-minute video. And for the most part, I enjoyed it, though I certainly had a few concerns even there. But putting all of that aside, I'm just excited to jump into that world again and see what they do with it. I'm really partial to the lore of it specifically, which is why I'm looking forward to it. So I hope it manages to pull everything off. But either way, as it is out in February, we really don't have too much longer to wait on that one. Also releasing in February, a couple weeks earlier though, is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Ah, yes.
I would say my second most anticipated title for the year, actually. So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has the opportunity to, I would say, fix up and address a lot of the shortcomings of the original.
I don't know about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'll buy it when it's on sale, but I'm not going to buy it on launch because it's EAC. I will steal it and I will buy it, but I will not, and I will play it when it's off a EAC. It doesn't prevent me from playing my MMO lifestyle, but I'm gonna play my MMO lifestyle. I'm not gonna do an EAC game. If it's gonna be EAC, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm dead serious about my fucking EAC thing. It's such a pain in my fucking ass. I'd rather rip off the fucking developer and torrent it and then buy the game for $30 later so I feel okay about it than like fucking with the EAC problem, because it's not fair. It's not my fault that the EAC will not let you play like two different EAC games at the same time, or Steam and GFN at the same time. It's like, that's not my fault. That's like rules that are there to prevent hacking that are hurting me really bad as a consumer, because I pay for these fucking products, but I can't use them because I play some other game. No. So I'm gonna start banning these. I'm banning these EAC games out of my. No, I'm gonna say anything. Fuck it.
Game, because that game was a fantastic RPG in its own right, but had a lot of jank and just generally clunky systems that could be a bit annoying, let's say. Not least of which was how much of a letdown the ending of the story was, to be honest. So this game, continuing directly that story, has the chance to give it a satisfying conclusion while also revamping all of those systems that felt a little awkward, and maybe even expanding them while you're at it, which it seems like they're doing. We know we'll have access to primitive versions of guns and things, and thus far, every preview they've shown of it seems particularly promising on exactly that front, so again, I'm hoping they manage to pull all that off, though it also appears they're putting a really big emphasis on the new city of Kuttenberg, or I should say Old City, really, and how it acts as the place where money gets minted, and so there's a lot of power and wealth and status mixed up in that, so I think it'll be interesting to see how
I have 13,000 gold.
For all of those reasons and more, I'm excited for this one, and I'm hoping it manages to live up to the lofty ambitions of the first title. That does bring us to our number 3 entry though, and this one is a bit different with Crimson Desert, a game that was announced quite a while back and has since seen multiple trailers and things like that, and honestly in every single one of those it has looked better every time, though ultimately this game is going to be an open world action adventure, and the main reason I'm looking forward to it, truth be told, is just that it looks awesome. Tons of systems, large battles, flight mechanics. As action adventure style games go, it looks fantastic, but obviously that also comes with concerns about things like, you know, a checklisty open world, or if it actually has any meaningful content or just interesting things to get up to besides simply exploring and climbing towers and checking things off of lists. So whether or not it manages to move from something that looks really cool to something that actually is really cool and fun to play remains to be seen, and I think a lot of that is just going to come down to the depth of its world and how interesting exploration is. And that's to say nothing of the story, which, as far as we know, just follows a captain of the group known as the Greymanes, but with any luck they'll manage to pull all this together and make something really cool. But either way, looks super cool already, which is why I'm hoping it manages to actually be cool. But that does bring us to our 4th entry, something a little different with Bloodlines 2. So I'm a big fan of the World of Darkness. Bloodlines 1 is a fantastic game that's kind of grown its cult following over the past couple decades, and so naturally a sequel of any sort was going to be on my radar. Bloodlines 2 has had no shortage of development woes, I would say probably more so than just about any game I've seen, actually. And yet, in spite of those things, I simply have to know how this one turns out.
I don't need a Bloodlines 2. I don't want it.
Hopefully for the final time to the first half
It'll
of
fail.
2025.
I'm not buying it.
Would appear that pretty much
not for less than $5.
And given the rate of updates and stuff they've provided about it since that announcement, I'm inclined to believe them. But going off the most current information with this game, with the Chinese room developing it and their previous work and everything they've shown, I think the atmosphere is probably going to be incredible, and what remains to be seen is how well the rest of the game actually holds up, such as the story, its RPG mechanics, how fun each of the individual clans of vampire is to play, even though there's only a few of them, and I believe there was even word that this game is more like a spiritual successor to the first one than a sequel necessarily, so all that to say, there is plenty of reasons to have every red flag imaginable about this game, but I'm hoping it's good. But ultimately, the thing is, I've got to know how the story ends one way or another.
584 linen.
This game and it actually being released
I need
as
wire
a finished
weave?
product finally after all these years and delays and whatnot. So if I'm being honest, whether it's actually good, bad, all that, it's irrelevant. I just have to know how this goes, basically. I'm too invested in the journey both for the actual game, but also everything surrounding it, which is why this game is topping my personal most anticipated game releases, because, quite frankly, you don't get to the last chapter of a book only to stop reading. But in all seriousness, though, I do hope it's good. World of Darkness has a history with, I would say, middling games, and I would really like to play one that I just truly enjoyed for once. That isn't just a visual novel. Last but not least, though, that brings us to my final entry of The Alters, a game I've talked about once or twice here and there. It's a bizarre sci-fi game from 11-bit studios that involves things like survival crafting, but mostly what I'm interested in here is just the unique elements of it. You see, you play as a man stuck on a planet that is supposed to be being harvested for resources, specifically a resource called rapidium. Unfortunately, the landing doesn't go well and everyone dies except you, and in order to escape this planet, you have to actually make use of that special resource to make clones of yourself, your alters. These alters are going to be you, except they're going to vary by making little changes to what happened in your life so they can be their own person.
You know,
with their own skill.
I heard today that Nightingale got what's it called, automation, and they've improved Nightingale, so I'm gonna go play Nightingale, I guess, today, because I haven't played Nightingale in a while, and I do like that game. It's not my favorite game, and I don't know why I would play it over like Rust or New World. But I do wish to support them because I think they do have a good product. So, I don't know. Go see how they're doing.
Skill sets and stuff.
I was very surprised by Pantheon. I was like, I don't see a good game here. I'm terribly sorry. I think even, what's it called? I can't remember. There's an old, another MMO that died that was better than this one.
In order to
That didn't get anywhere near the hype that Pantheon did. That did better than this one.
help you accomplish certain tasks. And the thing is, while that's fine in of itself, what I've played of it, you actually get to interact with these alters and have to keep everybody on the ship happy, which is basically just you arguing with yourself, performing all these tasks on top of all the crafting and stuff, trying to simply survive, so you can eventually, through doing all of this, get to a point where you can use your ship to actually leave the planet and not die.
Oh,
And
yeah, I'm
it's just
gonna buy
such
fiber,
a
but I'm
bizarre
half full,
adventure that has so many cool elements to it. And while there are parts of it that I've absolutely seen
I wanna
elsewhere, it
sell
comes together to make a
Sateen.
game kind of
Or,
unlike
maybe I
anything
can
I've
put
ever
some of
played
this stuff
before. And if
away.
you've watched the channel
Oh,
and
yeah,
just
nice.
seen all the reviews I've done, there comes a point where I'm just like super interested in anything that feels like something I haven't ever played before, and that's what The Alters feels like to me, which is why I am so interested in it and what it is doing on this list. So hopefully that manages to be a really cool experience, but it certainly looks unique one way or another, which certainly has my attention. But that, I think, is going to do it for this particular video, so it's probably as good a place as any to wrap it up. I certainly hope you enjoyed this look at my most anticipated upcoming games, though I would certainly love to hear about yours.
Yeah. Okay, let's listen to the Philip DeFranco. Sorry, I had to find something.
Bastards, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It is Tuesday, December 17th. There is a lot to talk about, so you just buckle up, you hit that like button, and let's just jump into it.
This is a news show.
CNN just got caught spreading what is quite literally fake news. I'll explain, right? So this actually begins with a story you may remember from last week with CNN reporter Clarissa Ward searching for the missing American journalist Austin Tice in Syria. But instead of finding him, she found a padlocked jail cell in Damascus with a rebel guard, then busting it open, revealing a man who identified himself as Adel Herbal, a civilian abducted by the regime from his home.
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian. He tells the fighter he's from the city of Humps and has been in the cell for 3 months. Hey, my. Okay, it's water. It's water. Okay. Thank God you are safe. Don't be afraid, the fighter says. You are free. After 3 months in a windowless cell, he can finally see the sky.
Oh my God, it's fake news. It's fake news. It's fake news.
Thing is, right, with all of that, no. It turns out that guy's not just some civilian. Instead, he was a former Air Force intelligence officer.
Oh my God.
His real name is apparently Salama Mohammed Salama, and you can see him wearing military apparel in this photo. The self-described Syrian fact-checking website Verifies Psy first discovering the man's true identity on Sunday and calling out CNN, with them citing local residents who claim that Salama managed several security checkpoints and was involved in theft, extortion, and coercing residents into becoming informants, with him also reportedly participating in military operations in 2014, killing civilians, and was responsible for detaining and torturing numerous young men without cause or on fabricated charges. And with this, it's not clear exactly why this man was in jail when he was found, but you had locals telling the website that he was there for less than a month.
There's DCR.
Profit sharing from extorted funds with a higher ranking officer. Also, some are saying it's not that surprising this guy wasn't who he said he was. Or even before the truth came out, people online pointed out things in the CNN
Cast
video.
at a pool, siren, in trib, IO, mines, merc, CK, cast.
Or how he seemed clean, well groomed,
so
physically healthy. And so now what we've seen is CNN
I don't want to
corroborating the main point, though not all of the details of the PSI report by interviewing local residents, as well as by using facial recognition software to match the man's military photo to the jail footage with over 99% certainty. But with this, if you read CNN's update, they make it sound like they just simply did their due diligence, pursuing more information about the man after the original report on their own, rather than, posting the story and then checking on things after getting called out for it. But while you obviously had a bunch of people dunking on CNN for this, others came to the reporter, Clarissa Ward's, defense, with one of those even coming from places like Fox News, with the network's chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst writing, "The attacks against Clarissa Ward are unfounded and ridiculous. She is an honest and professional journalist," with a number of people saying it's a standout response not only because he's a part of Fox News, but because he himself went searching for Austin Tice in Syrian prisons as well. With all of that said, as we're seeing all these reactions play out, I gotta pass the question off to you. What's your reaction? But then, unfortunately, we need to talk about how a teen shooter killed 2 people at the pre-K through 12 Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin yesterday. With reports initially claiming that at around 11 a.m., a second grader at Abundant Life called 911 to report a shooting, with officers then dispatched. We had police clarifying today that that wasn't entirely correct. It was actually a second grade teacher. But anyway, within minutes, the first officers rolled up, and by 11:05, they reported that the shooter was down and a gun had been recovered. With it then later reported that the evidence suggested the shooter took their own life. Then by 11:30, you had officers and bomb-sniffing dogs clearing the building, and the injured had been taken off to the hospital, which on that note, 6 were injured, 2 of which were students that, as of this morning, are in critical condition. And outside of the shooter, 2 people have died, with one being a teacher and the other a student. And all of this as we still do not know the identities of the victims while the police inform their families. But with that said, we've slowly been getting a clearer picture of what happened thanks to updates from the local police chief, Sean Barnes. Right, yesterday, we learned that the shooter was a 15-year-old girl and a student at Abundant Life, and that the shooting was confined to a study hall with a mix of students from different grades. Also, reportedly, the gun used was a 9mm handgun, and the ATF is currently trying to figure out exactly where it came from. And this is the Madison police are investigating the shooter's parents, who are reportedly cooperating, with the police specifically looking at whether the parents owned the gun that was used in the shooting. Barnes saying, "We also want to look at if the parents may have been negligent." And that's a question that we'll have to answer with our district attorney's office, but saying at this time, that does not appear to be the case. Now, as far as the motive, that still is officially unclear, though the shooting was reportedly planned in advance. For example, CNN saying that a source told them that the shooter had been struggling, which she expressed in writings that the police are currently reviewing, which was also confirmed by Barnes this morning, who said, "We have been made aware of a manifesto, if you want to call it that, or some type of letter that's been posted by someone who alleged to be her friend. We haven't been able to locate that person yet, but that's something we're going to work on today." Now with this, the community there has obviously been hit very hard, right? They've planned a candlelight vigil for tonight. A memorial has started to take shape outside the school. We've also seen news outlets interviewing members of the community, with one mother saying,
"It's sad. you know, to be home and then somebody call you and said your kids school in like down and shooting and you didn't know where they are. And thank God they were safe. But the trauma, it's a lot because I'm sure they lost friends and teachers, which is not okay. And I don't think they will be okay for a long time. And I'm not.
Also, with all this, we've seen kind of the general aftermath that we normally see with a situation like this. Right? Many politicians pointing to Madison today in their calls for gun control. With, for example, Wisconsin Representative Mark Pocan saying, "I've sat through so many moments of silence on the floors of Congress that are followed by 0 moments of action." But then also adding that he even had a media appearance get canceled because the number of deaths was corrected and dropped to 2. With him saying, if that is a societal response, we are screwed. We have to do more as a society. We have to be more outraged that you drop your kid off to a school and you're not sure they're going to be safe. That's completely unacceptable, and we all need to speak out much louder. Right? And there has been a lot of conversation surrounding both the media coverage of the school shootings and the overall response to them. Or like with CNN specifically, they got some heat for interviewing students who were in the building at the time of the shooting. With a number of people responding by saying things like, just seeing an 8-year-old girl getting interviewed about the school shooting in Madison, clearly traumatized after seeing her teacher shot. Why are you shoving a mic and camera into these babies' faces? And as a journalist, y'all need to draw the line and stop interviewing children. They don't need to relive the trauma. L for every journalist involved. With also big online commentators in the space like Hassan Piker chiming in, reacting to the CNN clip.
1 week before Christmas, a young student has been killed, a teacher has been killed. How will Madison, Wisconsin even begin to deal with this horrific day? An area leader will join us next.
Dude, this is wild stuff. I swear. It's always like, it's just so commonplace. It's just so commonplace at this point.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like, I'm not even shocked by it anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, I think we're going to have a school shooting every day now, I guess. Everybody's just going to kill each other now. The kids first, I guess. That sounds like the sort of sense of humor, you know, that the universe has. Is the first people to kill each other were the kids, you know? Doesn't that kind of sound like a novel? The first people to kill each other were the kids. Jesus Christ, man. Well, it wasn't kids, it's school shooters.
Streamlined the coverage. We've streamlined the coverage.